retired. This proof silver eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection, either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercante reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the Mint State coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the Mint State coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there were only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do. Because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV own this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had two parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued, and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a silver eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
The United States Mint is getting ready to release a brand new silver dollar. Every collector throughout the whole entire world has been anxiously awaiting this event, and it is about to happen at Rare Collectibles TV. We get advance notice on everything, and we get the opportunity directly from the U.S. Mint to bring to you a pre-sale of this coin in the absolute highest grade you can get. A perfect graded, I mean a perfect condition coin, flawless. Folks, let's take a look at this brand new captivating reverse design. Now, what you're seeing right there, you're seeing an obverse shot of the traditional American Silver Eagle dollar that features Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half-dollar design, first introduced in 1916. But the reverse, now this is a reverse that we have never seen before. It's brand new, and it is soon to appear and begin the series of Type II silver dollars. It is true that John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle reverse is being replaced by Emily Damstra's captivating design of an eagle building its nest, as you see, coming in for a landing with an oak branch, just waiting to build that nest. Now, this design has been eagerly anticipated, and you just got a quick look at it. I got to tell you, it's different than John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle, and it has a statement of its own, which we're going to get into. I want to lay a little groundwork and give you a little background of how important an issue this is going to be. In 1985, President Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. And I'm mentioning that because it was such a big part of this program. It launched the American Silver Eagle dollar, and it just made it famous. The beginning of this program was so important because for the first time since 1935, America had come out with a brand new silver dollar. The largest silver dollar ever issued, much larger than a Morgan or a Peace dollar. It captivated coin collectors, and it captivated the world in terms of its design. I think it's because the obverse, which, by the way, for 2021, for this new silver dollar, has been reworked and enhanced. And when you take a look at this original design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, you're going to see what I mean. It magically lights up the obverse of the coin. The reverse. So forevermore, this will be known as the beginning of the Type II series of this great silver dollar. I have a lot of quotes from Emily here about her design method for creating this coin. And what it really boils down to is this. For many, many years already, she has been world-renowned as one of the greatest nature artists there is. And she looked at the bald eagle in a way that John Mercanti didn't. John Mercanti borrowed from the original, the Heraldic Eagle. Emily Damstra has taken a different route. She studied eagles in the wild. She got an appreciation not just for the majestic bird itself, but for the lifestyle, the way pairs mate for life, the way both the male and the female guard the offspring ferociously, the way they work together to build the nest. And you'll see something here. The branch in the talons of Emily's eagle is an oak branch. And the reason why she chose the oak branch was because of all of the trees that she could have chosen, the oak, in its connection to the United States of America, and when allowed to, the way that oak trees grow to these majestic heights and stature, and the way they harbor more wildlife than any other tree does, the way they have contributed so much to the ecology. She saw this by viewing eagles in the wild and constantly evolving her idea of how she could place this eagle, because this is a daunting task, to be commissioned to create a design for a United States silver dollar. When you think back to George T. Morgan and the responsibility that he felt to create the Morgan dollar, and how it was magic, and how today it endures as one of the greatest symbols of liberty. Well, the original Silver Eagle Type 1s were in exactly the same fashion. John Mercanti wanted to keep that feeling going, which is why he selected the heraldic eagle reverse, and why the obverse was selected as such a famous allegorical of liberty, and enhanced by John himself, and again this year, enhanced to bring out more detail. And then the reverse had never been done before. So think of the responsibility. Think of the pressure. You have one opportunity to come up with this design that will be immortalized forever. So artists who have the ability to conceive a sketch and a portrait and a sculpture and see it in the mind's eye of how it will translate on the size of a silver dollar. Well, this is something that can't be done by every artist. And the United States Mint, well, they wouldn't know how the design would turn out until the coins begin to come down, well, down the pike, so to speak. So take a look at this design. First of all, I want you to take a look at the coin. It's so important to take in that design, because you may be one of the first people in the whole entire nation to get a look at this coin. And in 1985, when the law was signed by President Reagan that began this great series, I don't think anybody ever foresaw that there would be a change in the coin. And collectors all over the world have been buying thousands of Silver Eagle dollars of Type 1s and putting together complete collections. And now a whole new series is born. And it has lit up coin collecting. And I want to show you a couple of reasons why. I want you to take a look at the mintage of previous years, all Type 1s. And this is going to give you a little idea of what you're up against, because collectors who own these coins, who are putting together complete collections, who have completed their Type 1 collections, you know that they're going to start on the brand new Type 2s. And 2021, starting with this coin right here that we are pre-selling, is the beginning of the whole adventure. All right, let me give you the prices, folks. A single quantity, $249. Let me tell you the value here. Let me really give you the whole story. Number one, this coin is amongst the hardest coins to achieve a perfect grade in. It is a mint state 70. The description of this coin can be summed up in one word: perfect. Perfect condition, not a single flaw, even when the coin is viewed under intense magnification. That separates all the almost perfect from the actual perfect coins. Now, here's the thing about these coins, ladies and gentlemen. Production is just starting. This is a pre-sale. This is going to give you the opportunity to jump in and be one of the first people to get a coin. Here's the thing about that. There are no guarantees ever of how many absolute flawless coins will be struck during this year. This is going to be a short year for the Type 2 because this is a transition year. Midway through the year, we're transitioning from Type 1 Silver Eagles with the old Mercanti reverse to the brand new Damstra Type 2 reverse. So when you only have a limited amount of time to strike, not even going to be half the year, we know the mintages are going to be very, very low. Now, if the mint attempts to catch up and strike a lot of coins in a hurry, well, there's where the real trepidation comes in about how many coins will I have to submit to the grading service just to get one perfect grade. I have seen years where you could submit 100 coins and not even get one perfect coin. Now, I can guarantee you this. No matter how many coins it takes for us to get perfect grades, if we have to submit 500 just to get one, your name's going to be on that one coin. That's a rock solid guarantee right now. So for $249, you can lock up one coin. Now, if you see the opportunity like I do to go a little bit bigger on the first ever issue and guarantee yourself 5 of these perfect condition, brand new Type 2 reverse of this silver dollar, then this deal is especially for you, because 5 coins right now, ladies and gentlemen, $245 each, $1,225. Now, for some of us, we just got to go even bigger than that. 10 coins. 10 coins, the price drops to $239 a coin. Now remember, each and every one of these coins is a perfect Mint State 70. There is no higher grade. They have special labeling, and they are the first ever Type 2s being issued. Now, I know there are millions of Silver Eagle dollar collectors, and I can guarantee you that right now, they are all in line to get this coin. I can guarantee you 10 of these coins in absolute perfect Mint State 70 condition. And the very first one of these designs, the mintages that I just showed you, were all of the Type 1s, because we do not know yet how many Type 2s are going to be struck, how many Type 2s are going to be issued. All we know is they're going to be starting later than midway through the year. So it's pretty hard to strike a lot of coins, but we do know that demand is going to be unprecedented, that it's already starting. So I want you to take a look at this table that we put together down at the bottom, because it really only has, in the category of Type 2 mintages, well, it's got very little information because we don't know yet. But I do know one thing: there will be a coin, we will have it. We are pre-selling it right now. We have an amazing inside price, and we're featuring it in absolute perfect Mint State 70 condition. Collectors all over the world are lining up for this coin, because this is the design, the only design, that could follow the masterpiece of John Mercanti. This is the design that has immediately been accepted as the coin that will succeed the great Mercanti design. Now, we will all judge for ourselves, but when you see this eagle, all of that comes to mind. The majesty of the strength of the eagle, all incorporated with the family values. Eagles have the greatest reverence for family, for their offspring, of almost any animal in the animal kingdom. They mate for life. They ferociously guard their offspring. This has taken the final design of John Mercanti's and taken it to a different level. This reverse is the reverse that was judged to replace Mercanti's reverse. And if you never thought in a million years that there could be a silver dollar reverse that could succeed John Mercanti's heraldic eagle, well, I think you're looking at it, ladies and gentlemen. The rarity is going to be built in here, ladies and gentlemen, for the following reasons. I've only got a couple more seconds. You are guaranteed a perfect coin. And what I mean by that, the highest grade, MS70, indicative of perfect condition. You are guaranteed, no matter what happens in the marketplace, to own one of these coins before anybody else at the low price of $249, or the even lowered price of $245. You got to buy 5 coins. That's $1,225. And we've dropped the price all the way to $239. When you purchase 10, a lot of 10, for $2,390, you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,195. This gives you an opportunity to tie up 10 of these coins before anybody even knows what's going on you're going to have a quantity right out the gate. Now, I get excited about coins like these because whenever there is a new issue, in 1986, when the first Silver Eagle dollars came out then, we were jumping for joy. Imagine, a new American silver dollar. It's about time, right? Ladies and gentlemen, this silver dollar has become the most collected silver dollar, not just in the United States of America, but in many parts of the world. Its design, which is classic, has now a new reverse, which has become an instant classic. Its grade is the highest grade attainable. And for collectors all over the world, think about it. Whenever there has been collaboration at the United States Mint between one of the greatest outside artists, somebody who's not employed by the Mint, who works with the greatest technicians and engravers, Michael Gaudioso, who has taken the design of Emily Damstra and interpreted exactly the way she wanted it in his engraving, in his modeling, in the production. So you had one of the great artists working with some of the greatest technicians and greatest engravers at the U.S. Mint to perform magic, to create a classic design right out the gate. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to wrap this up. We all know the demand for this coin is right now insatiable. So let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale. You're getting at the front of the line for these coins. You're guaranteed the highest grade known to man for any coin. Mint State 70, no higher grade. And you are guaranteed a great price. You don't have long to wait before it actually happens. But I have to tell you, the gates are open. The doors are flung wide open. And let the Type 2 series begin with this coin right now. And don't forget, tell all your friends, when you're watching Rare Collectibles TV, that's where you get to the front of the line. And I hope to see you guys again real soon. Until then, keep watching, because we have a lot of great coins. Thank you, and see you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercante reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the mint state coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the mint state coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there were only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. the largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV owns this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had 2 parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. a silver dollar was issued. And what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a silver eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. And that's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guaranteed, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, which lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof silver eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof silver eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercante reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue.
If you've just tuned in, I just had an extraordinary display for our viewers of some phenomenal 1956 to 1964 Lincoln cents. The last Lincoln cent struck in proof at the Philadelphia Mint. I love to get superb Lincoln cents, especially from the Philadelphia Mint era. I've showed you the packaging they use, the typical quality. It's terrible. I've got one comparable here of a 1953 Lincoln cent that sold in auction, a Proof 69 1953 that sold in auction some years ago. Over $7,000 for a Proof 69 1953. And what we have now are just a handful, folks, so I've got to make this real short. A handful of these sets in Proof 69. The last 3 years of the Wheatback Lincolns in Proof 69, these are highest grade ever for their respective issues. When we buy collections, we go through and occasionally we'll find that diamond in the rough, a coin that'll grade Proof 67. Then we'll get one that grades Proof 68. And every once in a while, we get a Proof 69. And again, because I didn't have to buy them directly from a dealer already graded, where I might have to pay $400 or $500 a coin, which would put this set up in the $5,000 to $6,000 range, we did the work ourselves, and we're passing the savings on to you. All 9 coins, the last 3 years of the Wheatback series. There's the 58. Only 305 examples graded of the 1958. The 1956 only has 253 examples graded. That's NGC and PCGS combined. Then we have the first year of the Memorial Reverse Lincoln. The 1959, which is the first year of the Memorial Reverse, only 383 graded in Proof 69 red, highest grade. This extraordinary 1960 large date that you're looking at there. Again, I only have a handful of these sets, folks. This is going to be a real short presentation. It's only going to be a few minutes longer here. There's the 1960 large date. And then we go to the 1961, only 322 examples graded of the 1961 Lincoln. Total mintage, they struck about 3 million proofs, but PCGS and NGC combined have only graded 322 examples in this Proof 69 grade. Look at this coin. It looks like it, again, like all of these, like they just came off the die. Black mirrors, haze-free, absolutely pristine coins. State of the art, highest grade. I was only able to find a few comparables for Proof 69s for the Lincoln cents. Here's the populations of these coins in Proof 69. Take a look on the last column on the far right. You can see the populations of these Lincoln cents. If the number is in red or brown, it means it's the rarest or second rarest issue for that year in Proof 69. We'll go down the page really quickly. You know, anywhere from 100 to 300 in some coins for any of these years. They're all extremely rare. Until you get to the 1964, there was an improvement in quality in 1964, and you've got around 2,100 coins, which is still a really, really rare coin. And you've got the 64p there, 2,100 coins. Here's one dealer who, for a Proof 69 64p is asking, this is the going price for a Proof 69, about $190. Here you get a much tougher date, the 1960 large date, over $300. So you've got $500 right there among those two coins. And the 61, 62, every bit as valuable as that 60. And then you get to the wheatbacks, and they're much tougher. I wasn't able to find any comparables for wheatbacks in Proof 69, folks. The highest grade I could find is Proof 68. I told you about the 53 in 69 for over 7,000. But again, here's a 56 in 68. That's $180. If you a 69, you could figure is going to be about triple that. 57 in 68 for the same price. Here's a 58 in 68. You know, again, you could figure about triple that for a 69. So you could reasonably expect this set normally to be around $3,000. While I have them, I only have a small group of these sets. The entire set from the 1956 through the last year of the series, the three wheatbacks, the entire Memorial Reverse Philadelphia issue series, can be yours for only $121.67 a coin. Let me repeat that. The whole entire 9-coin set can be yours for $121.67 a coin. That's a lot less than what most dealers are asking for Proof 68s. That's $1,095. $1,095 for the entire 9-coin set. Some of these dates I have fewer than 10 of. The one date I have some quantity on, obviously, is the 1964. And those, again, you see dealers asking $190, $200 for the 1964, the most common date. Here you're getting the entire set for $1,095. A lot of folks calling in. That's $121.67 a coin for the finest Proof Lincoln cents, the last Lincoln cents struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, surviving in the highest grade ever received from NGC. These are the same holders, the same procedures that NGC uses to house the coins in the Smithsonian Institute, the finest collection of United States coins in the country in the Smithsonian Institute, in these same kinds of holders. And here you're getting the finest Proof Lincolns. You will not find this kind of opportunity, folks, anywhere else. Nowhere else will you get an entire set like this for $1,095. There was a 1963 that we had earlier, Kim, where a gentleman wanted a 1963 in Proof 68. There was a couple of them in Proof 68. For a 1963, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, and it's $400 for a Proof 68. I imagine that if he had a Proof 69, he'd want $1,000 or $1,500 for it. I've got the entire set here for $121.67 a coin. That includes those three wheatbacks, those three rarest, most valuable wheatbacks, the entire set for only $1,095 from Kim and I. Thank you for watching this most exciting presentation. It's always a thrill to be able to offer you United States coins that represent the ultimate in eye appeal, the ultimate in quality, have tremendous condition rarity, at just a great, great price, a great, great buying opportunity. you know, if you can get a few of these sets, if we have a few left, you know, you have a couple of kids, put one away for each of them. I mean, it's a kind of set that will really, really be good to you over the years ahead. Thank you for watching.
I've been a coin collector my whole life. I literally can't remember a time when I wasn't collecting. And you know, some of you have heard the story before, but you know, I started as a little kid. My grandfather was a collector, and we'd play a little game of bingo. He got me and my brother those little penny albums, and he had a big bin full of wheat pennies, and he'd call out the dates and the mint marks, and that's how I started, just collecting Lincoln cents. And you know, I'm not alone. I talk to a lot of friends of mine who are collectors, who are coin dealers, who are in the business. You know, friends of mine who I've known who still collect coins that I've known a long time, and pretty much everybody started with almost that same story, just collecting Lincoln pennies and filling those holes in those albums as a kid. So it's a coin that is kind of near and dear to me, but you know, I don't think I'm alone. I kind of get that from a lot of people. It's a coin that a lot of people really have fond memories of and really gravitate towards and really enjoy collecting. It's a passion for a lot of people. So I'm always kind of excited when we have a cool Lincoln set, especially something with a really, really low mintage. You know, and that's, we talk about condition rarity and absolute rarity. Condition rarity is something that, you know, maybe it's common, maybe there's available in the millions, and maybe it's a coin that in low grade is, you know, worth $10, but when you have the finest known one, the only one, or one of very few that are in a very, very pristine condition, you know, something that was really preserved properly and was well made from the get-go, you know, it can be worth thousands and thousands of dollars. That's what we call condition rarity. Absolute rarity means they just didn't make a lot of these, and no matter what condition it's in, it's going to be worth money. It's going to be something that people are trying to get for their collection because there's so much competition. You know, you have 1 million people collecting a series and there's only 100 of a certain coin available. There's gonna be a lot of people chasing those same coins, and that's the whole concept of absolute rarity. These coins are high grade and beautiful coins, but this is what we call absolute rarity, the coin I'm gonna tell you about today. But going back to our Lincoln cents here, everyone's heard of the 1909 SVDB, very famous coin. It's the one coin I never found to put in my penny book as a kid. And it's a absolute rarity. It's one of the lowest mintages. Mintage is the only Lincoln penny until recently with a mintage of under 500,000 coins. This example here kind of adds condition rarity because it's a very high grade example. But I want to give you an idea of how passionate Lincoln cents are. There are people who will spend actually a lot more than this on a Lincoln cent. You know, there are Lincoln cents that have traded for 6 figures. You know, we recently sold a 1913D to a client here for just under 6 figures. And I would argue that the coin is worth 6 figures. It is extremely rare. You know, when you have those kind of coins, finest known type coins, there's quite a few coins that could go into the 6 figures in a Lincoln cent series. But I just want to give you an idea of the kind of passion people have for Lincoln cents. Here's another one. Not as famous as that SVDB. Here's a 1926S. This one's only an MS64, but it is red, which is a big deal for a coin that's almost 100 years old to be preserved with that red color still. This is a coin with a mintage of almost 5 million. So not as much of a absolute rarity, but this is more of a condition rarity. This is rare because there's so few that exist with that red color still from 1926. Luckily, we have these NGC and PCGS holders today, which there's no guarantee that a coin can't continue to tone down from red to red-brown to brown. But, you know, these are non-reactive materials. These are museum quality materials they use for these holders. So if a coin hasn't already began that process, it most likely is safe once it gets into the holder. If you have a coin that's already starting to tone down and it gets into the holder, it may continue. But if you have a coin that's bright red, most likely it's going to stay bright red. So that's just a couple of, to give you an idea of, how much people pay for Lincoln cents when they have a really special coin. Now, I have a chart here, and you know what? I'm not even going to show you this whole chart because you're gonna kill me. We're gonna be sitting here for so long. But I just want to give you an idea. I mean, this is all of the business strikes of a Lincoln cent, right? And there's a lot of coins on this list. That's why I'm not going to show you the whole thing because, when you start at the top, there's over, 10 billion coins struck in 1982p. As you see some of these, there are over 5 billion. But I'm going to just not really get into detail because it's just so long. But just to give you an idea of how many people, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the longest series in numismatics. So there's a lot of issues in this Lincoln cent series. And most of them are struck in the, many of them are in the billions. But at the very least, most of them are in the hundreds of millions. But as collectors, we're always looking for those rare dates, those key dates. And like I took those coins that have absolute rarity especially. So I had a chart made of just the bottom part of that list. This is all of the coins in the Lincoln cent series, all of the coins that are just struck in mint state with mintages under 5 million. And you see some really famous big deal coins on here. We have 15S, 26S. I just showed you one that was going for many thousands of dollars there. We've got 31D, 12S, 14S, 11S, 24D, 2.5 million. Now we're getting to some famous ones down here at the bottom that most of you probably know. 1909S, that's not the VDB, that's the S. Low mintage, less than 2 million. 14D is a very famous key date in the series. A lot of people looking for those coins. They can easily be thousands and thousands of dollars. Even the lowest grade is several $100s minimum, and I'll show you that in a minute. 31S is the first one on the list here that has a mintage of less than 1 million. It's a famous key date as well. A lot of those were saved at the time. There already were, coin collecting was starting to build in the country here in the United States, but at this point it was still growing. But at this point there were periodicals and magazines and collectors were kind of paying attention, and at that point, people started to realize this is a low mintage issue. So people did save them. So those are kind of available in high grades, but even in low grades, those are several $100s. 22 no D, as you see, we have a question mark here after that 500,000 mintage because 1922, there were no Lincoln cents struck in Philadelphia. The coins in Denver, there were number made where there was no D. It should have had a D, but the dies got clogged, and when they struck them, the D did not come out on the coins. So there's no, record of how many coins were struck at Denver without that D. I'm estimating 500,000. I've heard estimates much lower. I've heard estimates of, only about 15,000 survive. I've heard some people estimate only 25,000 were struck. Who knows, but it's a low mintage, very famous coin. SVDB, probably the most famous, not just of the Lincoln cents, but probably of any coin. SVDB is such a famous rarity. Mintage of less than 500,000. And then here we have this 2019 W penny. 318,000, less than 319,000 coins. 318,695. And that's why I'm so excited today, because if we're talking about a Lincoln cent struck, not a proof, not one of those coins where they have the polished finish and the cameo contrast and all those multiple strikes. This is kind of a special coin. It was not struck to go into circulation. It was struck for collectors, but it was struck the same way they made all these other coins, struck the same way they struck a 1909 SVDB over 100 years ago. Just the same way they strike a coin, just a mint state coin. And here we go at 318,000. So for a mint state coin, this is the lowest minted Morgan dollar. And it's the first time a Morgan dollar was ever struck with a W mint mark, struck at West Point, the first time that West Point Mint put a mint mark on a Lincoln cent. There were some coins struck at West Point in the 1970s and 80s, but they just went into circulation. They didn't put a mint mark. It actually was many years until It was even disclosed to the public that some of the pennies in that era were struck at West Point. They just looked the same as a Philadelphia coin, so there's no way to differentiate them. No one can do that. This is the first West Point W mint mark coin. So that's, of course, a big deal. But the big deal here really is this tiny, 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 tiny mintage. This is a rarity from day one. This is an absolute rarity. This is an instant key date coin, and that's why I'm excited about it. Let me just show you what some of these coins on this list bring in low grade, because these are absolute rarities. You know, I don't want you to look at this and go, well, yeah, Jack, you're showing me the rarest one. There's only one, yada, yada. That's why it's so much money. No, no, no. I'm going to show you these coins in lower grades to give you an idea how much these coins go for. Here's a 1922 plain, like I told you. $2,400, you can see this coin is maybe a very fine condition, circulated coin, not even graded. Here's an SVDB. That's pretty nice. That might be uncirculated, but it's not even certified. It's not graded, so we'd have to take this person's word for it. Usually I'm pretty suspect when you see an SVDB in any grade that's not certified. There's a lot of counterfeits, a lot of altered coins where somebody takes a regular VDB and adds an S to it. But still, it's a $2,000 coin. Here's another 1922 plain, $1,300. You know, they're calling it XFAU from that image. I doubt it, but you never know. I'd have to see it in person, hard to say. Here's a more typical SVDB, a coin that was used in circulation. Again, this coin is probably would grade fine, you know, very famous coin, but still, even in that kind of grade, well over $1,000, $1,300 coin. You know, here's a 1914D. I told you about that 1914D. I mean, this is a mintage of over $1 million. This mintage is more than 3 times, almost 4 times higher than this 2019 W. That's still $650 in that kind of condition. They're calling it XF, not so sure. Here's a 31S, that one I told you, even in high grade, these were saved. People knew they were rarities at the time. Even with all those factors, people saving them, make them a little more available than you'd expect. Still $600 for this coin. This coin's been cleaned. I mean, they don't say that, but I can tell by looking at the image that this coin has been cleaned. So just to give you an idea, even a 31S that's been cleaned is about $600. Now look at the coins we have here today, because these coins have the lowest mintage of any of those coins I showed you, and these are stunning coins, coins that are flawless to the naked eye, virtually flawless. You know, 1 point away from perfection. Mint State 70 coins are really, really, so few of them have graded 70. And when you do find them, the prices are just crazy. I love this coin in this grade because you're getting all this absolute rarity. You're getting a coin that is flawless to the naked eye, gorgeous coin. On top of it, these coins are signed, as you see, the holder is signed by Lyndall Bass, who is the designer of that reverse of the coin. And this is a great value because when you go up to that 70 grade, 1 point higher, these coins are a fortune, and we're going to give you a great price on these coins in 69. Let me show you just quick what we found for the same coin in a Mint State 70 holder. In Mint State 70, this is a $5,000 coin. I mean, these coins go for thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Even though it's a recent release, but because of that really, really low mintage, so many people are trying to add these to their collection. And in Mint State 70, they're bringing crazy money. But right now, I think the play is to add the MS69 to your collection, because I was really fired up when we got a group of these coins, especially with that, you know, Lyndall Bass signed label. It just adds to the collectability, how cool this coin is. But these coins, I was really excited because I thought we were going to be able to do this at $199. And I was like, that is phenomenal. You know, you see these coins in 70 going for thousands of dollars. To be able to add this coin to your collection for less than $200 is just going to be, I mean, this is just a killer coin with this kind of a low mintage. And then we started looking at it a little harder and sharpening my pencil and realized we could do even better than that. And like I said, I was pretty excited, $199. I thought that was a killer deal. But we were able to negotiate a great deal on getting a horde of these coins. Mint State 69, they're just killer coins. They're beautiful. And right now they're only $139. So just $139 per coin to add the lowest mintage coin in the Lincoln Cent series. I mean, this is incredible. Incredible. And even the, like, if you compare it even to like the proofs, this is way, way lower mintage than most of the proofs. And those coins, are only offered, through sets. There's almost nothing. I mean, this is the pinnacle of rarity in the Lincoln Cent series. I mean, this is a big deal. And I love that the holder, like I said, I mentioned, it's signed by Lyndall Bass. I love that. We've had Lyndall on the show. She's just a great person and a great artist. And I really enjoyed hearing her talk about her process to design the reverse on the coin. These Lincoln Cents with that shield reverse, first introduced in 2010. And she put so much thought into this design. That shield has kind of a rounded look to it. You can see the top of it is rounded there to give it some depth to it. The center lines, those vertical lines there, are a little wider in the center, again, to give it that rounded look to it. She wanted this to be an everyman's shield, so she based it on the shield that was used on the buttons of Civil War Union soldiers' uniforms. She made that center banner. She said, it could be floppy, but she wanted it to kind of be firm to show the kind of strength and firmness that Lincoln had to use to maintain our Union and keep the whole country together. And she really, really grew up being a fan of Lincoln and studied him and really admired him, but really immersed herself in Lincoln when she came up with this design. So the fact that she signed the labels for us with NGC is just an added reason why I love these coins so much. When I was collecting as a kid, we had the Lincoln Memorial Cents, which were 1959 to 2008. Earlier than that, though, I was collecting those wheat cents, which were for the first 50 years of the series, 1909 to 1958. 2009, for the 100th anniversary of the series, the 200th anniversary of Lincoln's birth, they did a one-year special commemorative where there were 4 different reverses. But then from 2010 on, we've had this current reverse. Lyndall Bass just did a wonderful job. She's just, kind of the next great numismatic artist. I mean, we talk about a lot of these famous artists here. You hear us talking about Augustus St. Gaudens so often with his beautiful $20 gold piece, double eagle design. He also did the $10 gold piece. And all the works he did prior, he was a famous artist before he was working in numismatics. And so many people who worked under him became famous numismatic artists. Adolph Weinman was a famous artist at the time. He designed the Mercury dime and the Walking Liberty half dollar. In more recent times, we talk about John Mercanti often. He designed not only the reverse of the Silver Eagle, but over 100 coins and medals for the U.S. Mint. And Lyndall Bass is just kind of the heir to that. In the Lincoln Cents, one of the most famous, especially because of that first 1909 SVDB, is Victor David Brenner. His initials VDB were on those first cents. And he was an important sculptor at the time, too. Outside of the numismatic world, Theodore Roosevelt chose him to design this new coin to honor Lincoln on the centennial of Lincoln's birth because he had seen his work before and he knew what a important and accomplished and just talented artist Victor David Brenner was. And that's why he was chosen to design that Lincoln Cent. At the time, that was the original reverse with those wheat ears. And today, beginning in 2010, we have Lyndall Bass as, kind of the next person in that esteemed history and tradition of just amazing artists that the U.S. Mint has been able to get to create just this artwork that we get to see every day in our coinage. So it's a real treat. When you find a coin in modern times with a mintage of 318,695, when they are normally making coins often into the billions and certainly in the hundreds of millions, a mintage like this is just incredible. And especially when you're talking about, when you go back to the beginning of the series, those early coins, they weren't making that many. I mean, think of how much has changed in the last 100 or so years and how much commerce there is and how many more coins are needed to kind of run this engine of our economy here. and how many millions and billions of coins are being produced, and to have a coin struck with just 318,695 coins, it's just a big deal. So it's a great coin, and at $139, I think it's a great value. Like I said, I thought at $199 it was a great value, but when we were able to put this deal together and be able to offer it at just $139, I think it's just a great numismatic opportunity. It's a beautiful coin, and I hope you're able to add one to your collection today. The first W mint mark uncirculated Lincoln cent, and that's a big deal. So I hope you're able to add one, and thank you so much for joining me here. I'm Jack McNamara. Stay tuned for more great coins here at Rare Collectibles TV.
And we're going way back in time for this gold coin. Now, this is a denomination that was the very first gold denomination issued by the United States of America. And for that, we go all the way back to 1795. The $5 gold half eagle was the very first denomination authorized by Congress in 1795. And as such, this coin really was the workhorse coin of almost everybody in the United States of America. Nobody saved these coins because they were the money of the day. And they had a whole lot of purchasing power. When you go back to that era, and we're talking about pre-Civil War, in fact, we're going even further back than pre-Civil War. We're going back to pre-1850, which is kind of a cutoff date for United States gold because 1850 was the introduction of the $20 gold double eagle. But in 1847 was quite a ways off. To make matters even more interesting, it wasn't until 1849 that gold in California began to be pulled out of the mines. It was discovered in 1848. So when we go to 1847, we get a United States gold issue in the time when there wasn't a lot of gold being discovered in the United States of America. There were a couple of earlier gold rushes in the South, nothing like the California gold rush. And what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that the existing gold coins of the day were used extensively as they were intended in commerce, to be used for everyday necessities. And when you look back to the 1840s, the purchasing power of $5 United States gold half eagles was immense. You could feed and clothe and house a family for an extended period of time on one $5 gold coin. That only illustrates the power of gold as a monetary unit. Today we collect those monetary units. We don't live by it. We don't live on the gold standard. But maybe that's not exactly true because we collectors, we really are on our own personal gold standard. So we've reached well back into time, 1847 from the Philadelphia Mint. A coin with a mintage of a little over 900,000 coins. Let me give you a little idea why I love this issue. There exists only 936 of these coins in all grades graded by PCGS, from the absolute most circulated to the highest known, MS-66. Even the Smithsonian example is a mere Mint State 62. And the few coins that are available in those uncirculated grades reside in some of the most valuable gold collections known to man. And they're never leaving. They're never coming out. This is collecting true rarity. It's collecting history. Anytime you can go back to gold in pre-Civil War, oh boy, you know what? If you go back to gold during the Civil War, when the United States of America produced hardly anything, you'll find you can't find them. But pre-Civil War gold is so elusive. Now, if you study history, you'll know that for 20 or 30 years leading up to the Civil War, there was agitation, there was talk of the coming conflict. It took a long time for it to really boil over into actual war. During all that time, the United States of America was really a country in its infancy with a small population. The gold coins that were issued at the time were so vital to, the 20 or 30 million people in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the display we have. You are looking at every coin in our inventory right now. These coins are dated 1847. There were no coins produced during the Civil War. Almost every single one of these coins, and they're only of all grades of 1847s, only 936 of them that have been certified by PCGS in all grades. So you're looking at rarity. You're looking at an opportunity to get something that just should not exist. I want you to take a look at the table that we have put together. We're going to be featuring coins that are in extremely fine condition with a numerical grade of extremely fine XF45. The next jump up is almost uncirculated. So I want you to take a look at just how few of these coins have been certified. And this is since the mid-1980s, by the way. In Mint State 66, the finest known, there exists only 2 examples. And I believe I read the last example traded at almost $100,000, $90,000. In a Mint State 64, there exists only 5 pieces. There are no Mint State 65s. And you can see in Mint State just how few there are. In fact, in every grade, there are so few. Now, what happened to the mintage of 915,000? By attrition, by being spent on a daily basis, coins got worn down to the point where you couldn't read the date any longer or the denomination, so they were melted down by the federal government. We are dealing with one of the greatest grades you can end up with for a coin like this, because it gives you a full strike, it gives you remaining mint luster, and it gives you full detail. It's an extremely fine coin, and it has been third-party certified by PCGS. Folks, we're at $995 for this coin. I got to tell you, the opportunity to buy $5 gold half eagles. Now, let's just say the date we were dealing with was an 1880 from Philadelphia. Pretty vintage date as well. And I want to tell you, the 1880p has a quantity that has been certified in all grades of almost 3,700 coins. Now, I make mention quite often of the great melts that took place in the United States of America during the time of the Great Depression. The Great Depression really began in 1929, but most of the melting took place in 1933 to 1939. We show this table of the amount of gold coins that were melted just in that period of time, and I want to show you a connection here. Almost 34% of all the $5 gold coins were melted by our own government beginning in 1933. But let me point this out to you. When you are going back in time as far as we are, those melt figures really refer to coins of the more modern era of the $5 gold, post-Civil War. Pre-Civil War coins became so scarce simply because they were overworked, oversold, overused, worn down, melted down. And that's the story of all of the pre-Civil War gold, the hardest gold to get your hands on. I want to show you a couple of very, very interesting figures today. First of all, take a look at this coin right here. Now, I want you to keep in mind, highest grade known for this coin is Mint State 66, of which there was only 2 examples. Also, I want you to keep in mind, there are no Mint State 65s, only 5 MS64s, only 23 MS63s, and between the grades of 60 and 61, only 54 coins. So in no category will there be a lot of these coins, no matter what. Only 936 of these coins have ever been certified by PCGS. $995. Now, the story of United States gold is really all about United States history. When gold was discovered in California, the first discovery was 1848. By the time they started to mine this gold, it was 1849. And because of all that gold being mined in California, the $20 gold double eagle came into being. That was 1850. Now, I mention this because the $20 gold double eagle, as the largest coin that was issued, was an instrument of finance, both by the government and by industry and private individuals as well. In 1847, there was no $20 gold. In 1847, the preferred method of exchanging coins in commerce was gold $5 half eagles, of which this is one of the oldest examples you're going to be able to come across, especially for $995. Now, owning gold from before the Civil War is very important because the connection of gold to the Civil War was a mighty one. During the time of the Civil War, everything stopped in America. Production of industry, except for the war effort, came to a grinding halt. Farming, there were blockades, there was action of war everywhere. Goods were not being produced. There was mighty shortages of everything. And when you had gold, you had the purchasing power that few had if you possessed the gold. The population of the United States of America was in desperate need for food and clothing and shelter and tools. Think about this. Just during the time of the Civil War, when so many Americans were called into battle, you were looking at families that were completely disseminated because the male figures of the household, the father and brothers and uncles and everybody left. They all went to fight. They were gone. It was a mighty war. Millions were engaged in this war. Over 600,000 Americans died during the Civil War. Think about that. And there's a connection between the gold of the time, vitally needed to keep the farm running, to keep the household running. There was no putting these coins aside. There was no collecting these coins. So the conclusion that we come to nearly immediately, these coins should not exist. Now, if they were melted during the Great Melt between 1933 and 1939, well, that's a possibility that shortened the amount for sure that are available. But the real reason these coins did not exist was simply because of their age and simply because of the popularity as a monetary unit, as one of the mainstays of commerce, a vital need for every family. You know, we were talking before the presentation about what you could buy in the United States of America at that time and how food was a few cents a pound. You could make a dress. You could buy bolts of fabric, which is what everybody did, for literally 50 cents and make dresses for everybody in the household. Products were so inexpensive. $5 would last months for a family, and it was vital. It bought everything needed, and it was accepted by everyone because gold was the ultimate store of wealth, the ultimate vehicle for purchasing power. I hope I've laid a little bit of a backdrop of why this coin exists to the tune of only 936 coins being graded in all grades by PCGS. When you look at that kind of scarcity, then a bright smile appears on your face because what you're saying to yourself then is what I said when I saw these coins. Man, would I like to get one of these? If these don't sell out, I'm going to make sure I get my hands on at least one of these coins, because the opportunity to go back that far in time for classic United States Liberty Head gold is certainly very fleeting. In all of my time in numismatics, I haven't had the opportunity more than 4 or 5 times to feature gold from before the Civil War. It's a magic time in terms of numismatics, because the shortages that were caused by the Civil War were drastic, and they affected every size coin, whether they be gold or silver, that the U.S. had ever issued. So there are times when we say these coins should not exist because of the great melts during the Great Depression. But this is one of the times when we say these coins should not exist because of the scarcity of gold during the time of the Civil War, because of the purchasing power of the original gold denomination, the first denomination of gold to be issued by the United States of America in 1795. That's the reason why there's only 936 of these coins that have ever been certified. And let me just also say that in extremely fine condition, there are only 179 of these coins that have been certified by PCGS. So we have a good quantity of those coins that have been certified, of those 179 coins. There will be no going back to the well to restock on this date. It just simply doesn't exist. We can tell that by the archive. We can tell that by the amount of coins that have been certified. We can tell that by what's in the marketplace. So this is a one-time opportunity. And if I'm being pushy, well, let me just say, I'm going to kick it up a little bit here. Because if you've always wanted to own something unique, something historical, something that is more than a true antique, I mean, think about that. Going back 174 years in time, at a time in America when the $5 gold half eagle was the king of commerce, was the coin that everybody needed so vitally and used so extensively. That is truly the numismatic miracle involved in how these coins exist today. Keep in mind, there were only 179 of these ever graded, and PCGS first started grading coins, ladies and gentlemen, in the middle of the 1980s. You could look at almost any other date of a $5 gold Liberty, no matter what the mintage is, post-Civil War, and you're going to find quantities of coins graded, thousands more than this coin. That's not just an indicator of its scarcity, it is proof of its scarcity. So one last time, ladies and gentlemen, it is the ultimate numismatic example of a $5 coin, a half eagle, in a coin collection that dates before the Civil War. It's always the eye-opener. It's what every $5 gold collector aspires to own. A remnant of that time leading up to the greatest conflict and the greatest coin shortages produced by that conflict. Well, the United States Mint didn't recover from those shortages for years, and neither did the country. Get a piece of history, own it for less than $1,000, get a certified, bona fide, authenticated example in extremely fine condition, one notch away, one from almost uncirculated, a coin that's going to retain a good deal of its original mint luster, of all of its strike. It looks like a piece of history. It is a part of this country's history. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Liberty's detail all in the hair, all in the word Liberty in the bonnet, all of the stars intact, all of the denticles, every part of this coin that was originally struck on the coin remains. It's a pretty great example of history. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, collecting pre-Civil War United States gold is the ultimate in owning classic American gold. And we have it right here, right now, $995. And remember, at Rare Collectibles TV, we never take the easy way out. Take a look at this. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you real soon.
following Morgan Dollar presentation is now available for the first time ever in 2 easy payments. So stay tuned. And now, here is your host, Rick Tamaska.
Hello, Rick Tamaska here. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show, RCTV. How many of you have heard of the name Anna Williams with regard to U.S. numismatics? Anna Williams was the young woman who modeled for the portrait of the Morgan dollar. And this was back in the 1870s. Now, here's a picture of Anna. And this was something she really did not want to do. I mean, being a model back then was really frowned upon, looked down upon by society. And she was a school teacher. She wanted really kept private. But George T. Morgan, the designer of the Morgan dollar, felt she was the perfect model. He loved her Grecian nose, her profile. And, so he ended up talking her into modeling for the Morgan dollar, promising to keep it quiet. Anyway, as it turns out, from what I understand, people did find out about it, and she ended up losing her job over the fact that she had modeled, for somebody. It's an interesting story, and that is the beginning of the Morgan dollar series, a series that really is the backbone of U.S. numismatics today. I mean, you go into any coin shop, you go to any coin show, one thing you're guaranteed to see are Morgan dollars. The only question is, what condition will they be in? Because the fact is, most Morgan dollars are circulated, and they're worth barely more than bullion value, no matter how rare they are. And here's a little chart I have just to, bring that point home. This is shows the number of, originally there were, about something like 600 and some million Morgan dollars struck. There were over 200 million melted during the Pittman Act in 1918, leaving close to 400 million for circulation. But out of those 400 million, only a tiny percentage survive in uncirculated condition. Almost all of them went into circulation because that's what they were struck for. They were struck for commerce. So there you see PCGS and NGC combined in mid-state condition. Mid-state 60 is the lowest uncirculated grade for any coin. If it's at 59, if the coin gets a grade of 59, then it's considered circulated. You go from 60 on up, and those are uncirculated coins. So the difference in the numbers from 60 to 70 are just a question of how many bag marks does it have, how is the luster, how is the strike. But mid-state 60 is an uncirculated coin. And to this date, only about 1.5% of the total remaining mintage have survived in uncirculated condition and been graded in uncirculated condition. Now, that's especially important to the Morgan dollar series because that figure you see, 1.5%, is the average over the entire series. The fact is there are some dates that have very low mintages that have a high percentage of coins uncirculated. And there are other dates that have high mintages that have a very low percentage of coins surviving in uncirculated condition and are very valuable in uncirculated condition. Here, for example, this is a perfect example. I've given this one several times. 1886-0, one of the higher mintage Morgan dollars. They struck over 10 million. If you find a really nice one, here's one in MS-65. Sold a few years ago. About $150,000, $60,000. I mean, that would probably be over a $200,000 coin today. And here's one that's a lower grade. Here's one in MS-63 for about $10,000. On the other hand, here's one in auction in XF40, 1886-0, same date, 1886-0. That was only $44 because it's circulated. It's common in fact, I bought one in a coin shop recently. Here's an 1886-0, and I paid, I don't know, $30, $35 for this 1886-0. Same coin that if it were in uncirculated condition would be worth thousands of dollars. Here's another great example. Another great example. 1896-0. 96-0, MS-63, not a gem or anything, just a nice MS-63 coin, you know, with the usual bag marks you see on Morgan dollars. Remember, these coins were dumped into bins when they were struck, and then from bins they were dumped into bags. You know, so they all have bag marks. You don't find an uncirculated Morgan without bag marks. The highest grade, there's a couple dates, common dates that have graded MS-69, but those are like 81S's, common dates. And there's a 96-0 MS-63 for $22,000. And again, here's one I bought in a shop for $96, and the O mint mark is on the reverse here. You can see it below the eagle, that O for New Orleans. We got $30, $35 in circulated condition. And here's why. Even though they struck about 5 million of them, very few survived in uncirculated condition. On the other hand, you have other dates. And here's a chart I made real briefly that ranks the coins by rarity in uncirculated condition. And the most common coins are ranked first. And of course, the most common is the 1881S. You can see over 200,000 of those have been graded in mint state condition. You go down the page, you see fewer and fewer coins. And we get to the last page, folks. I'm just going to skip to the last page real quickly. And here you see some coins where you had 5,000 or fewer graded in mint state. And here you're getting to some really rare coins. That 1879 CC. 2,700 coins graded in mint state, that's a $6,000, $7,000 coin in just MS-61 grade. And then you saw the 1886-0 there you go, 1,600 coins graded. And you saw the 1896-0, which is on the following page, 1,315 coins graded. And the very coin at the very bottom, the 1893S, only 27 graded. Now, 93S, just to get one in MS-60, folks, is a $100,000 coin. $100,000 just for that 93S and just MS-60. And MS-65 is many, many times more than that. I have a collection of Morgan dollars for you today. Whether you are an advanced collector and have been a collector of Morgan dollars for decades, or are fairly new to collecting Morgan dollars, or have never owned a Morgan dollar in your entire life. Whatever category you place yourself in, one thing I can guarantee you, this collection of Morgan dollars that I have assembled is the finest, most comprehensive collection of the most undervalued Morgan dollar dates in brilliant uncirculated condition ever offered by anyone at any time on TV. Whether that show has been on the air for 3 months, 3 years, or 30 years. You know, folks, in our relatively short time on the air, only about 1.5 years, we have offered you folks, our viewers, so many important collecting milestones that had never before been offered on TV. From the first complete set of brilliant uncirculated peace dollars ever offered. And we sold these sets to our viewers for under $10,000. the complete set, all 24 dates, to the first ever complete set of Proof Walking Liberty half dollars in the extraordinary grade of Proof 67. I mean, we've offered the finest, highest grade Proof and Mint State, Franklin, and Kennedy half dollar sets. And how about incredibly rare and desirable MS65 1857S $20 Liberty gold double eagles, recovered from the shipwreck SS Central America that sat at the bottom of the Atlantic at 8,000 feet of water for 130 years. You saw those coins here first, folks, and you bought it here first. What I have is the Everest collection of Morgan dollars. I took the time and spent the money to have that name trademarked. This is a name that means something. Think about it. Everest, the highest point on the planet, offering you a view of our planet that can only be described as exhilarating, extraordinary, breathtaking. No one, I don't care if they have been on TV for 30 years, has even come close to offering a Morgan silver dollar collection of this magnitude. 32 different dates or mint marks, every one a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen, and most importantly, with the majority of the 32 coins in the collection ranking among the rarer key dates in the series. If you never bought another Morgan dollar for the next 20 years, this extraordinary collection of Morgan dollars has no peer. It stands alone, towering above all the other comparatively puny offerings you see on other shows. I mean, the 21 coin sets that you've seen on other shows that give you 19 common dates and maybe one or two slightly better dates. No extremely scarce or rare dates, just the easy stuff. That's what you typically see on these other shows. There are no fillers, folks, in this set. No 1879S, 1880S, 81S, 82S Morgans, no 1883Os, 84Os, 85Os. The dates you always see when a show offers a Morgan set with 15 or 20 different dates. You always see at least 3 or 4 of those most common dates. There are none of those most common issues in this set. In the next 20-25 minutes, I'm going to show you every coin in this collection. There are 32 Morgan dollars in this collection. Again, this is worth repeating. In every Morgan dollar set I have ever seen offered on TV that had 15 or 20 different dates in it, at least several of the dates, without exception, included some of the most common dates or issues in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. The 79S, 80S, 81S, 82S, 83O, 84O, 85O. My feeling is that you don't need to be offered another set with those dates. They're the easiest dates to acquire. We can get them at any time for you. They're plentiful. Every coin show offers them. We offer them in many other presentations. There were 5 goals I needed to achieve to be able to offer this collection to you. 5 goals, 5 aspirations, where I intentionally set the bar extremely high for myself. If I were to be able to stand here before you and offer you a Morgan collection with the Everest name on it. There we are. Aspiration number 1. to offer this set with 32 different dates and mint marks in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition, without resorting to any of the most common filler dates you always see when other shows offer Morgan collections. Again, no 79S, 80S, 81S, 82S, 830, 840, 850. That's aspiration number 1. 32 different dates and mint marks with none of the most common dates. Aspiration number 2 was 25%. My goal was to have 25% of the 32 coin Everest Morgan collection, or 8 coins, would have to be the rarest issues in brilliant uncirculated mint state condition for their year. So for example, 1878. I could put an 1878 CC in there. That'd be a $500 or $600 or $700 coin. But is that the rarest year in? Was that the rarest issue in mint state for 1878, or is there a rarer issue that I could offer for less money? 1879 CC is a very rare issue in mint state. Again, it's a 6,000 or 7,000 coin in just MS61. But is there a rarer issue I could offer in mint state for a lot less money than that 1879 CC? Aspiration number 3. Another 25% of the Everest Morgan collection, or another 8 coins, if not the rarest, would have to be the second rarest, at least the second rarest in brilliant uncirculated mint state for their year. Because as you know, folks, there are so many dates, and I showed you a few, like that 1896, 1886-0, which in mint state can be tens of thousands of dollars. Here's another date, 1901P, just an MS63, $15,000. The King of the Hill, of course. I mean, there's the 92S, which is a very, again, tens of thousands of dollars. And the King of the Hill is the 1893S, the lowest grade 1893S, MS60. I had a price comp here for MS60. Here's one, an MS62. Here's an MS60. Here's the price comp. MS60, the lowest mint state grade, 1893S. Yeah, $103,000 for that coin. So this is a real challenge to make this complete this set and give you all these rarities and not have the price be up there in the tens and 20s of thousands of dollars. And aspiration number 4, at least 20 of the 28 years the Morgan dollar was struck would have a representative Everest Morgan featured in the collection. So in other words, the Morgan dollar series was struck from 1878 to 1904 and once more in 1921. We want coins from at least 20 of those 28 years in your collection. Now, aspiration number 5. This was the biggie because, again, there are so many dates in this series that in just nice mint state condition, MS62, MS63 are $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, $100,000. You know, to have rarest dates of 8 years in the series, at least 8 years in the series, to have the second rarest dates of another 8 coins. So at least half the set having all these rarities in it. To be able to do this, I'm talking to Jack about it, and Jack's thinking it's going to be, it's got to be somewhere at least around $700-800 a coin. We'd be talking around $20,000-$25,000 for this 32 coin set. And this is where where we really worked our hardest at creating this set, because and this is where I set the bar the highest, folks. And here's what I came up with. Aspiration 5. Aspiration 5, to offer this entire Everest Morgan collection of 32 coins, with at least 16 of the 32 coins being rare or extremely rare in superb, brilliant, uncirculated condition, with no common date fillers like I've mentioned before, none of those dates, and offer this entire set for less than $300 a coin, or $9,600. That was the goal. Less than $300 a coin. Now, when this set was completed, folks, here's what we came up with. And after I show you the results, you're going to see the coins. As far as aspiration number 1, to offer 32 different dates and mint marks in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition without resorting to any of the most common filler dates, we achieved that goal. We've got 32 different dates and mint marks, none of the common dates. So goal number 1, aspiration number 1 was achieved. Now aspiration number 2, this is tougher. 25% of the Everest Morgan collection, or 8 coins, would be the rarest issues in brilliant, uncirculated, mint state condition for the year. We surpassed our goal, folks. There are 9 Morgan dollars in the Everest collection that are rarest for their year. 9. 9 of the 28 years, you have Morgan dollars that are the rarest for their year in mint state condition. That's, astounding to me, the fact that we could achieve this. Absolutely, I'm so proud of that fact. And then aspiration number 3. Another 25% of the Everest Morgan collection, or another 8 coins, would be the second rarest for their year. This is where, I am really thrilled. We surpassed our goal. 13 Morgan dollars in the Everest collection are the second rarest for their year. So there you have 9 coins and 13. You've got 22 of the 32 coins are rarities. Some are really rare, folks. Now, aspiration number 4. At least 20 of the 28 years would be represented. 20 of the 28 years the Morgan dollars was struck would be represented in this Everest collection. Again, we surpassed our goal. 25 of the 28 years are represented in this set in brilliant, uncirculated condition. Now, aspiration number 5. That goal of $9,600. Let me show you the coins first. The easiest way to explain this set is to go year by year, starting with the year 1878, first year of issue. What I've done is taken, you see the dates that were struck in mint state in 1878, first year of issue, and the total graded in mint state by NGC. You see the 1878S is there. Every coin in red is one of the coins we have in this set. I picked the 1878S, and Kim is going to show it to you because it's the first San Francisco mint. He uses the reverse of 1878, the flat breast reverse. And it's much rarer than the 1879 to the 1882S Morgans you often see offered when you see early S mints. They're always offering the 79, 80, 81, or 82S, which are much, much easier to locate than this date. This is the first San Francisco mint, uses the reverse of 78 with the flat breast, a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated example. Now, back to our chart. We could put an 1878 CC in this set, folks. But as you can see on the chart, The 1878 CC in mint state condition is not the rarest date. I mean, and here's an 1878 CC, rare key date somebody wants about $1,000 for. Here's another 1878 CC and somebody else, and this one is circulated, obviously circulated, and they still want $1,000 for it. What I've got in this set for a lot less. These are two great deals. We have the 1878 8-tail feather and the rarest date in mint state, the 1878 reverse of 79. And the 8-tail feather reverse of 78. Kim is going to show you those two coins. The reverse of 78. There we have the reverses of two Morgan dollars struck in 1878. The Morgan dollar on your left was the first design ever struck at the Philadelphia Mint of the Morgan dollar series. It's called the 1878 8-tail feather with the reverse of 78. And what's notable about it is the fact that the eagle has what we call a flat breast. If you look at it very closely, the eagle's breast is absolutely flat, and you see the feather detail by virtue of the fact that the feather detail was actually just carved into the chest of the eagle. Late in 1878, they completely redesigned the reverse, and they gave the eagle a rounded breast, which you see on the right there. And later in 1878, they began striking these coins at the Philadelphia Mint, and we call it the 1878 with the reverse of 79, because it was this reverse that was used on almost all Morgan dollars after 1878. But for 1878, they were only struck at the very end of the year at the Philadelphia Mint. And the eagle has the rounded breast, as you see here, with the feathers feather detail overlaid over the breast of the eagle. Now, this last design is the rarest mint state coin for that year. And once again, Kim, if you could show them that chart. So these are the first three coins you are getting in the chart, folks. You're getting the 1878S. You're not getting an 1878 CC, which again could be $700, $900. You're getting a much rarer 1878 8-tail feather with that reverse of 78, and you're getting the 1878P with the reverse of 79, the key date for that year. Now the next year, 1879, let's go down there. You're not getting an 1879 CC. 1879 CC, I see them all the time. They go for moon money. Literally. Here's an 1879 MS62. It happens to be in a GSA holder, so they're asking a bit more for it. You know, $8,000, $9,000. But here's one in AU55, folks. It's circulated. It's not even MS60. It's AU55, and it's almost $3,000. Here's one in MS62. No GSA or anything, $5,500. Here's an MS61, $5,500. Now remember, the goal was to offer this entire 32 coin set for $9,600, $300 a coin. Finally, here's one more 79 CC. This one's $7,000. And again, these are like MS62 coins. They're not MS65s. MS65s are tens of thousands of dollars. Now look on this chart and find out, look at the coin that's so much rarer than that 79cc. Take a look at this. This is big. The 1879S reverse of 78. Kim's going to show you this coin. It's about twice as rare as the 79cc. Should be twice as much money. This coin alone, folks, will, I feel, one day be worth what you're paying for the entire set. Here you see this 1879S. Now normally 79S, they're very common, but they're common with the reverse of 79. You don't see them with this reverse, with the flat breast. This is such a major rarity. It's such an important coin. Now, in 1879 at the San Francisco Mint, kind of the opposite happened than what happened at the Philadelphia Mint in 1878. You see, at the Philadelphia Mint was responsible for all the dies, and they would make the dies and ship them out to the various mints, New Orleans, Carson City, San Francisco, and the mints would put their mint marks on the die. Well, in San Francisco, they had the new reverse of 79 design, but they apparently had a few dies left over from 1878. And so they used these dies to strike a handful of Morgan dollars with the old reverse of 1878. And there you see the 1879S on the left with the old reverse using the 1878 design with that flat-breasted eagle. These, for the 1879S year, are very rare, especially in brilliant uncirculated mint state condition. The coin on the right is the 1879S with the reverse of 79. This is the more common year. This is the one you see 98, 99% of the time when you see uncirculated 1879S Morgan dollars. There are almost always this much more common design with the reverse of 79. Virtually all the 1879S Morgan dollars were struck with this reverse of 79 with the rounded breast of the eagle. Here's what Q. David Bowers, one of the greatest numismatic authors of our time, if not the greatest numismatic author of our time, has to look at it. It's a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. A stunning, stunning piece, very high quality. In his book, Morgan and Peace Dollar Guide here, this is a huge coin. Here's what he says of the 1879S. Reverse of 78. The only explanation they can give for the existence of this coin is that there were some dies left over from 1878 that they used in 1879. They estimate maybe about 500,000, 500,000 or so were actually struck. But here's what he says. However, if even 100,000 were minted, most must have been melted down under the Pittman Act in 1918, for not many exist today. Few ever went into circulation, and not many were in the Treasury releases of later years. The Redfield hoard is said to have contained 3,000 mint state coins, but mostly bag marked. This is the only quantity rumored or reported to the author. This is an extremely rare coin, folks, in mint state condition. And that's what you get for the 1879S, another date that's the rarest for its issue. The next year we have is 1880. Take a look at this piece. 1880. If you've got the chart there, so the viewers can see where this coin ranks for the year 1880 on the rarity chart. You've got the 1880S most common, 1880cc. You know, 1880cc, folks, I've got a comp here, $600, $700 for an 80cc. The toughest date in mint state, 1880. 1880, high-grade mint state example. Here's one in MS64. This is strong money, but we were able to include a nice, brilliant, uncirculated 1880 in this set. Another coin that is a rarity. That's $34,500. Take a look at this 1880 in the set. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful specimen. The next year, 1881. 1881. 1881. I've got that chart here for you. 1881. You've got 4 different dates there. 1881S, again, is the most common. You're not getting one of those. 1881cc is a $500, $600, $700 coin in just BU condition. What I've got for you are the 1881O and the 1881P, the 2 rarest dates for that year. take a look at these two pieces that we have here on display. And there's that 1881p. Could we get a hand shot of that 1881p there? You got 81.0 and the 81p, so the viewers can see the obverse and reverse. This coin is really nice looking. I mean, it's so clean. Look at this. What a nice 81p. The toughest coin in the year in mint state condition. Only 9,500 graded in all grades of mint state. 1881p and a beautiful specimen. So far, folks, we've gone through 1881, and we've already got three dates that are the rarest for their year in mint state. The next year we have is the 1882. 1882. And again, you see the 1882S, most common 1882cc. An 1882C in just mint state is about a $250, $300 coin. 1882p, and then the 1882O. You're getting a nice 1882O in this for this year. The toughest denomination in mint state condition, the toughest mint, an 1882O. And you get a quick look at that, and then we're going to go on to the next date. Again, we have 32 dates to cover in this set, folks. 32 dates in mint marks. 32 dates in mint marks. There's your beautiful, beautiful 1882O. And the next year we have is the 1883. Here's where you're getting the second rarest date. The rarest date is 1883S. We've got an 1883p, the second rarest date, much tougher than an 83cc, and 6 times rarer than an 83O. A beautiful, very difficult 83p. Gorgeous 83p. Now we go to the next year, the 1884. Look at that, stunning, stunning, beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. The next year we have the 1884p. Only because this is one of those years, folks, 1884S, to get an 1884S is, in mint state condition, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars for an 84S. I mean, they are expensive. This is one of those, well into 5 figures for an 1884S. So we're getting the second rarest date, the 1884p, which we have right here for you. Here's just one comp I have for an 1884S. This is one that's been cleaned, okay, and it's still $8,000. It's been cleaned and it's still $8,000 for the 1884S. So we're not going to put an 1884S in there. We're going to give you the second rarest date, a beautiful BU 1884p. The next date, really proud of this one. We've got an 1885S. This is where I'm really proud of this. 1885S, extremely tough coin. Extremely tough coin. Much rarer, folks, than an 1885cc. At least 3 times rarer than 1885cc. And again, this is where you can go and pay $1,000 for an 85cc. Here's one for about $1,000. Here's one in MS62 for $1,100. You could go pay $1,000 for an 85cc. But we've got an 85S in this set that is so much rare, and it's a beautiful, beautiful, sparkling, frosty, superb gem. Stunning piece. Stunning piece. Another rarest coin in mint state for the year. The next year, 1886. Well, you know all about the 1886O. I told you all about that coin at the beginning of the presentation. Can't get an 1886O. That would alone is a $10,000, $15,000 coin in mint state. We do have an 1886p, a nice BU 1886p. That is the most common coin in this collection. Okay, that's the one coin. The next year we have 1887. What do we have for the 1887 on our charts? You're getting both an 87O and an 87S. An 87O and an 87S. 2 Extremely rare coins, the rarest and second rarest for the year. You're not getting an 87p. Let's just take a look at the 87O really quickly, because you look at this coin, the strike on this coin, the 87O is notorious, as so many of New Orleans mint coins are, for having really, really weak strikes. You take a look at this 87O, it's magnificent. Beautiful strike. You can see a beautiful strike, excellent luster, and then you have the 87S, another beautiful, brilliant blazer. And then we come to the next year, the 1888. Here you got the second rarest date, the 1888O. About 22,000 graded in mint state. Look at this beautiful 88O. Again, another really well-struck coin. And there, again, you see the O mint mark at the back. Beautiful strike for this O mint. Now we get to, and that's the second rarest date for that year. Now we get to the next year. And you're getting the second rarest, because the rarest, folks, is moon money. The 1889cc, and Kim's showing you the chart here. 1889cc, here's one in MS62, $44,000, all right? I mean, pretty well. And here's one that's genuine, unk details, questionable color. I mean, it's not even gradable. It's not even gradable, and it's still $15,000 for an 89cc. On the other hand, here you've got an 89O, which is extremely rare. Take a look at this piece. Great coin. Beautiful, beautiful 1889O. Now we get into the 1890s, folks. This is where it really starts to get challenging, the 1890s. There you see the 1890cc, toughest date, very expensive. And you've got a couple dates there that are almost as rare, folks, the 90O and the 90S. Kim's going to show you a couple comps for 90cc's. Here's one. You know, again, they're not MS65s or MS64s, just a nice MS62, $5,700. Here's one uncertified, $1,700. And here's a 90O in AU55 for $1,000. Now, we have a 90O in this set, and we have a 90S. And that 90O you see up there is an AU. It's circulated. Take a look at our 90O and 90S in this set. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimens. The second and third rarest for the year. The 90P is also extremely rare. Spectacular. Look at this strike on the 90O and the 90S. Semi-proof-like surfaces. Exceptional quality and eye appeal. And now we're going to get to the third year, 1891. Here's one where we've got the third rarest, but that's a really rare, only 6,000 graded. You get into the 1890s, folks, and they're all rare. There are no common dates. You don't see any coins, you know, when you get between 1890 and 1895, in that span, there are no coins where you see 30, 40, 50,000 graded in mint state. They're all rare. The 91cc you're looking at there is a $5,000, $6,000 coin. We've got a beautiful 91p. Take a look at this piece. Gorgeous 91p, a very, very tough coin. Beautiful, beautiful coin. Boy, can we get a close-up of that, Kim? That is amazingly nice for 91p. This is a date that's usually so baggy. Just incredible, incredible. Nice clean cheek. Beautiful specimen. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. I mean, here's a 91O, for example. This is, I don't know, that's kind of a fiction price because it's a circulated example. The 91O, that's circulated, shouldn't be $5,000, but that is a 91O, not a 91P. Now let's get to the next year, not 1892. This is another one of those years, folks. 1892, If you want an 1892, I mean, the rarest date is the 1892S. I mean, forget about owning one of these. Here's one in the lowest mint state grade, and it's a $35,000 coin. In mint state 60, for a 35,000, in mint state 62, it'd probably be up around 60, 70,000. But then you go, even the third rarest date in the series, the 1892cc. Okay, we've got the 1892p in this set, folks, which is next rarest behind the 92s. It's next rarest behind the 92s. Even the 92cc, which is third rarest in this year, is a $2,000 to $3,000 coin. Here's a couple 92cc's in mint state grade. $2,100 for that, and $2,800 for that coin. And we'll take a quick look at this 92p. Beautiful, beautiful example. Again, it's rarer than a 92cc. 92cc. And now the next 3 years are the years we do not have in this set because they're all so rare and so pricey. There are, I mean, you got the 1893 a year where you have the 93S, and that's a $100,000 plus coin. The 93cc is thousands and thousands of dollars. Then you get to the 94, you got the same problem with the 1894s. They're all really rare and expensive. Just go down the chart. They're all really rare and expensive. There's nothing that's less than several $1,000s. And then the 95Os, the cheapest coin is the 95S, and that's $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. So we get to the 96p. We've got an 1896p in our set, a beautiful 96p. Let's go to the next year. Next year we have a 97S, another second rarest coin for the year. 97O, very, very expensive coin. You know, several $1,000s in mint state. Next year we have is a 98p, second rarest coin. 98S, we offer that coin in another presentation, which is why I didn't put it in this one. Very rare coin. And next year, the 99. We have the 99O, because of the 99S and the 99P, we offer in different presentations. What we don't offer, though, is this next coin, the 1900S and the P. Take a look at the 1900S we have. This is such a, again, such a rare, rare coin. Beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimen. Now let's get to the next year, the 1901. You get a 1901O. Again, the 01P, many thousands of dollars. Next year, the 1902. We have an 02O. The 02S would price this set way beyond, we wouldn't be able to meet our goal. Oh, we get an 020. 02P, we have it in another presentation. The next year we have an 03P. Great year. 03S, of course, is tens of thousands of dollars in mint state. 03P, though, is so undervalued, and we have an 03P in this set. And finally, we've got an 04P for the last issue. Key date 04P. Again, the 04S, thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. Here's an 04P that we have. We put in this last really, really super tough date here. There's one. It says it's Gem BU. It's a mint state coin, $2,700. Take a look at our 04P. Third to the last coin, and then we're going to finish off with the two final coins in the set. There's an 04P, and then we finish off with the last year, the 1921, and you're getting the two rarest coins for the 1921. The 1921D and the 1921S, both extremely rare. So there's the entire set, folks. There's the entire set. The set will come in this custom display case of 32 coins. There's two shelves of 16 coins each, folks. And they'll be in the order you saw them on the show. Now we get back to that aspiration number 5, the price. the price. Aspiration number 5. To offer this entire Everest Morgan collection of 32 coins, with at least 16 of the 32 being rare or extremely rare, we blew past that goal and have 22 of the 32 Everest Morgans in the rare or extremely rare category, folks. 22 of the 32, not 16, but 22 of the 32, and we did it for less than $300 a coin. This was perhaps, without a doubt, the most important goal. As collectors, we all want to own, to cherish exceptional, rare coins. Camera 2. But it takes a little of the joy out of it when we end up having to pay top dollar. And it would have been a lot easier to meet the above aforementioned goals on a $15,000, $20,000 budget, or $500, $600 a coin, if price were no object. But my goal was to meet the first 4 goals, building the finest possible, brilliant, uncirculated 32-coin set with the greatest rarity possible, and I intentionally set the bar extremely high. This is, I think, my longest presentation ever, but this is my biggest Morgan presentation ever. I wanted to maximize the benefit for you, with at least 8 coins the rarest for the year, another 8 the second rarest, 16 coins in all, and we blew past that goal. 22 of the 32 coins are either rarest or second rarest for their year, in brilliant, uncirculated condition, with no common date fillers. We were only able to make 23 of these sets. That's it. And it took a long, long time. Long time. But the good news is the price. To keep it within that $300 coin guideline was paramount. To give you the greatest possible value, Morgan dollars with the greatest possible potential for long-term growth. I was able to achieve this goal within budget for under $9,600, under $300 a coin. In fact, I was able to achieve all those aspirations, exceeding them, for less than $275 a coin. That would be $8,800. In fact, I was even able to do this for less than $260 a coin. Under $260, folks, that's $8,300. It's this last, as successful as I was in those first 4 aspirations, it's this last aspiration where I think I was most successful. 23 sets. Call now. $218.59 a coin. $218.59 a coin times 32 equals $6,995. In the custom presentation case cabinet, and you're going to get a free signed copy of the Morgan Dollar Silver Dollar book by Miles Standish. We are the only station that is that has the rights to this on TV to get a signed copy, and here's an autographed copy with his signature. Show it to you right here. This received the Numismatic Literary Guild Book of the Year for 2015. You're getting a free copy signed by Miles. Again, we're the only station that offers this. $6,995.
But wait! This Morgan Silver Dollar Everest collection of 32 unique Morgans in brilliant uncirculated condition is also now available using our 2-pay option. That's right, for only 2 low payments of only $3,497.50. So call now to bring this rare set into your numismatic collection for only 2 low payments of only $3,497.50. Quantities are very limited, so don't delay.
We have 23 sets. Cameron's signaling me that we apparently no longer have 23 sets. Well, hold on, folks. Cameron has a question from a caller wanting to purchase 4 sets. Tell the gentleman we have to set a maximum on this. We do have to set a maximum of 2 sets per customer. Let me make that clear. Anybody who calls in, we have a maximum 2 sets per customer because of our limited numbers. 2 sets maximum per customer, folks, for only $13,995. When I think about that, that is amazing. We got a lot of people calling in on this. 64 coins. Mr. T from Alabama just bought a set also. Thank you, Mr. T. Mr. L from New Jersey. All right, thank you, Mr. L. Congratulations. You know, sincerely, again, 23 sets, 44 of the 64 dates being either rare or extremely rare. 25 of the 28 years the Morgan dollar was struck are represented in this set. 9 of the Everest Morgans are the rarest issues for their year. Another 13 are second rarest for their year. And folks, there are no filler coins. None. 0. None of the most common dates you always see when you see some other coin show offering a Morgan collection with even 10 or 15 different dates and mint marks. You always get at least 3 or 4 of the easiest dates in the series. You'll get a 79S or an 80S or an 81S, 82S, 830, 840, 850. You always get at least 2 or 3 of those. There are none of those filler dates. You can get those anytime. We always have them in stock. The last thing I wanted to do was sneak a few of these easy dates in, make it a little easier on myself, but of no benefit to you, when you can get those coins anytime. These coins, this 32 coin Morgan Everest collection. As I said, when I began this presentation, we have so many folks calling in on this. This set stands alone, towers well above any brilliant uncirculated Morgan collection ever offered by any other show at any time in TV coin show history. This is a name that means something. Everest, the highest point on the planet, offering you a view of our planet that can only be described as exhilarating, breathtaking. If you never buy another Morgan dollar, this Everest collection, this 32 coin collection, the majority are rarities within the series, for only $6,995. When I showed you back that 1879, you're getting that 1879 reverse of 78, which is rarer than the 1879 CC. That 1879 CC alone is a $6,000 coin. And here you're getting a coin that's rarer than that 79 CC for that 1879 year S, a coin that will be so much more valuable in the years to come. That's just one example of the value in this set when there are so many other dates in this series that would cost you $20,000, $40,000, $100,000 a coin. And here you're getting the entire set for only $218.59 a coin. $218.59 a coin. The entire set for only $6,995.
And don't forget, 2 low payments of only $3,497.50. This Morgan Silver Dollar Everest collection includes 32 unique Morgans in brilliant uncirculated condition. You also get the free book signed by Miles Standish, and the coins come in this custom display case.
It's a beautiful display case where you can show this off, show it to your friends with all these coins, all these rare dates, explain the mint marks, explain the reverse of 79 to them and the reverse of 78. You got that first year, 1878, where you have the 2 1878 Ps, one with the reverse of 78, one with the reverse of 79. And then they're going to look and see the 1879S, and they're going to assume that that's a common date. And then you explain to them, no, this is actually one of the rarest dates in the Morgan series. It's an 1879 that was struck from the dies from 1878. It's extremely rare. It's rarer than an 1879 CC, which sells for $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 in a mint state 61 grade. And here's a beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimen. This coin looks really choice, super choice uncirculated. And that's just one of the coins in this 32 coin set. There are so many other coins in there. You've got your 1880. Again, there are so many coins. They're the rarest dates. I'm going to go through the list one more time of the dates in this set. You have the 1878S, 1878 8-tail feather, only 9,800 graded. 1878 reverse of 79, the rarest issue in that series in 1878. The 1879S reverse of 78, the rarest issue for that year. The 1880 O, the rarest issue for that year. The 1881 P and O, which are the rarest issues for that year in mint state. The 1882 O, the rarest issue for that year in mint state. 1883 P, the second rarest for 1883. 1884 P, the second rarest. 1885 S, the rarest issue for that year in mint state, rarer than the 1885 CC, many times rarer. And the 85 CC in mint state is about a $1,000 coin. 85 S is about 3 times rarer. 1886 P, and then you have the 1887 O and S. Again, the O and S, the first and second rarest issues for that year. 1888, you have the 1888 O, the second rarest. 89 O, you have that second rarest. The only rare issue is the 89 CC, which is a $20,000, $30,000 coin in just regular average mint state condition. And then for 1890, you have the 1890 O and the 1890 S. For the 1891 year, you have the 91 P. Very, very tough year. In 1892, you have the 92 P. Extremely rare, about as rare as the 79 CC. Again, the 79 CC, folks, a $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 coin. 92P, only 3,100 graded. The only issue rare is the 92S in mint state, and that's a $35,000, $40,000 coin in MS60, the 92S. The only years we're missing are the 93, the 94, and the 95. Again, you go to the 1895, and the least expensive coin is the 95S, and that coin is going to cost you alone. I mean, I couldn't get one for less than $6,000, $7,000. Okay, so I can't do the set with those. So those are the only 3 years we're missing. 1896P you're getting a 97S, you're getting a 98P, a 99O, and then you're getting a 100P, and the rarest issue for 1900, the 100S, only 2,700 coins graded. Again, comparable to that 79CC. Another comparable coin, then you're getting an 010, an 020, an 03P, an 04P with only 3,600 coins graded, barely over that 79CC rarity. And finally, to wrap it up, the 21D and S, the first and second coins of rarity for the last year, 1921. All 32 coins, $218.59 a coin.
That's right, all 32 brilliant uncirculated Morgans for only $6,995. 2 low payments of only $3,497.50. Quantities are very limited, so don't delay. Call and order your Morgan Silver Dollar Everest collection now.
At this point, folks, I've been on the air with this presentation, longest ever, over an hour. All I have to say is, thank you for watching this presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, and hopefully you might pick up one of these. But from Kim and I, it's been a pleasure. It's been a lot of work putting this set together, but this is the fruits of my labor at this point. To be able to offer this amazing set of Morgan dollars in brilliant uncirculated condition for only $218.59 a coin. Thank you for watching.
Everybody gets excited about gold. You know, gold has been used as money, been accepted as money all over the world since basically the beginning of recorded history. From the time of the Egyptians, gold was money. Well, the United States of America That's how our country began, where gold was money. It was truly hard to get, and as a result, extremely precious, and it bought so much. Let's go back in time to the year of 1900. And 1900 in the United States of America was an unusual time for the country. In the early days of the 20th century and the last days of the 19th, there were a lot of economic problems that beset the country that will generally happen in a country that is seeking to expand its industry and its population and its transportation and its commerce. There's always going to be, well, setbacks. In 1893, there was a panic, lasted quite a long time. For Rare Collectibles TV, one thing we have been discovering lately, much like the world of classic U.S. gold that we explore, there are certain sizes of coins that played an important part in the history of this country monetarily, economically, historically. The $5 United States gold coin, known as a half eagle, specifically the $5 gold Liberty, was the coin of commerce in the United States of America. Today, $5 may not seem like a lot of money to most of us, but in 1900, $5 was enough to provide for a family for an entire month or more. And I'm talking about with everything you could imagine, food and shelter and anything that was a necessity of life. And when we collect $5 gold half eagles today, we do it with a mind of, I want uncirculated $5 gold. And the reason I want the uncirculated $5 gold is because they just don't really exist in any numbers whatsoever. Even the most common year of a $5 gold Liberty, a coin where millions and millions and millions were made, in high grade, in any encyclopedia of coin collecting, what you'll find out is that superb specimens of uncirculated luster and uncirculated quality and uncirculated grade are few and far between. Many of these coins that had high mintages are available in abundance in circulated grades. But when we cross that threshold that begins with mint state 60, the quantities dwindle. Because you collectors who are regulars know this. A coin that is uncirculated is a coin that has never been released into circulation for the purpose of commerce. Never used in any kind of transaction, never taken to the local store to be used in exchange for goods or services. And when you date a coin back to 1900 and you see what was happening in the United States of America at the time and how these coins were not collected, they were a major mainstay of most of the population of the country as a workhorse denomination. A coin that did it all, that bought all the necessities for a good period of time. Most people in the United States of America were not in a position to save, to put away, to collect any of this United States gold. In fact, when you study the occurrence of uncirculated coinage of classic United States coins, and I'm talking about Morgan dollar era and pre-1933 gold, what jumps out more than anything is a tiny fraction of the total mintage that still survives today in uncirculated. Now, because of all the published information that we have and because of the grading services that we have today and all this archival information at our fingertips, we can tell how many have been graded, in what grade they've been graded, who graded them, when they last sold, and where the market is today. This is vital information for collectors because we're not just trying to deliver the best price. Because if that was just the case, we could select so many of these coins in circulated condition and, well, they'd be less money. But they're not what we want to collect. They might occupy a temporary position in our coin collection, soon to be, well, removed in favor of a finally found uncirculated coin. And one of the greatest examples in uncirculated of a $5 gold half eagle is an MS-64. you're getting so deep into the category of uncirculated. MS-60, 61, MS-62, MS-63, and finally MS-64. That few coins are going to exist. I want to tell you right now that about 0.1% will grade in a mint state 64 or higher. This coin has a mintage of 1,405,000. That's how many coins in the year of 1900 that the mint was able to produce and release into circulation. From that moment on, the clock is ticking on attrition, on coins being worn out by being transacted so many times that they become undesirable to most of the population and are given back to the Treasury to be melted down. And this happens year in and year out during the course of a coin's lifespan. It happens today for every single coin. It just takes a lot longer to wear out the coins of today because they're not made of the softest, most malleable material on the face of the earth, solid gold. But that's where gold's value is so recognized. Not only is it so rare and so hard to get out of the ground, but its properties are unlike any other metal on the face of the earth. And that's why it was recognized by mankind and has been recognized since nearly the beginning of time as precious. So it's only natural our country's monetary system was built on gold and silver. But we're going to be talking about the ultimate. In the times of Egyptians, reserved just for royalty. And that was the same of the Greeks and the Romans. As civilization began to progress and as man began to find a small amount of gold in the ground, of all of the metals in the world that are discovered, none exist in such small quantities as the most precious of all in terms of money, solid gold. So with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a coin from 1900 struck at the Philadelphia Mint in the uncommon grade, not just of mint state, which would be terrifically uncommon, but of mint state 64. And I was just reading one of the great gold books, an encyclopedia that lists every gold coin and what the Smithsonian Numismatic Collection holds of that coin. And the 1900p is a coin that really bears looking at. We're featuring in this deal all coins that were graded by PCGS. And if you folks have been a viewer of Rare Collectibles TV, something that really stays in the mind is we have a connection to coin collections. We have a connection to the history of coin collections, and that is a lot different than almost any other avenue by which you can acquire coins. One of the great things about being in touch with collectors all over the world is an opportunity when they are finally ready to pass those collections on to future collectors, are the coins that we get access to. So I want you to take a look at not just 1900 Ps from the Philadelphia Mint, half eagles, $5 gold coins, but this is a collection. This is a hoard of the same date in exactly the same grade by exactly the same grading service. And how this is done by Rare Collectibles TV is pretty simple. Everybody sees us all the time, all over America, in all 50 states, and just about anywhere you can imagine, you can find us presenting coins and some of the finest collections known to man. And that's why collectors who have something that's been cherished for, generations, come to us because they know we give it the white glove treatment. And they know that these are the coins that so many of our collectors, in fact, all of our collectors, want to have. That we have reached a level of sophistication where we know that when it comes to collecting coins in condition rarity, there's really two ways that you can do it. You can struggle and go everywhere and find coins and try to submit them yourself for grading, which is a long, involved process and takes a good eye and a lot of training. Or you can rely on numismatists at this network who have been collecting and dealing in coins since, They were kids. And that is true of every coin collector here at Rare Collectibles TV. So we know what we want in a $5 gold coin. And this one is not only what we want, I know this is what you want. Because it's one of the highest grades. It's one of the few in a mint state 64 or higher for this. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you how we get to the period of time where we are right now in terms of shortages for these gold coins. Most of it you can look to your own government. Throughout the course of history, since these coins have been issued, our government has taken steps to melt a good amount of the coins that they struck themselves. This was done for reasons of economics in the time of the Great Depression. Beginning in 1933, it's a world away, but it involves coin collecting today in the biggest way you could possibly think of. Because when you factor in that almost 35% of every one of the coins for $5 half eagle gold coins, $5 liberties, or Indians, were melted by the United States of America. In a period between 1933 and 1939, over 33%, over a third of all the coins ever struck were melted down. Now you may ask yourself how much this coin is, because that is a next question I want to answer for you. Because before we get into all of it, I want to offer you an opportunity to own this coin for $1,495. And I invite you to take advantage of the opportunity to split this into 2 equal payments of $747.50. It's really simple. You put down the $747.50 today, and more than just being able to pay the other half in a month's time, you're going to lock up one of these coins with your name on it, or however many you choose to go for. Because what you're looking at going by on your screen right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a true hoard. A group of coins that a collector spent untold amount of hours learning, researching, and utmost in importance, scouting out the few of these coins that will grade in a mint state 64. For uncirculated 1904Ps in mint state 64 and higher, there exists, graded by PCGS. Now keep in mind, the original mintage is over 1.4 million coins. There exists only 1,888 coins that have been certified. The highest known example, and there are only 2, is a mint state 68. That's really important information because those mint state 68s are famous, with only 2 being known. And, you know, for all intents and purposes, we can really say that since there are only 2 that have ever been discovered, it's not likely that those coins are going to come around anytime soon. When something is so scarce, it is held on to. When you set your sights on a mint state 64 $5 gold, knowing that examples in 64 or higher are the rarest of all, that's where the task becomes hard. It's hard for us. Now, at $1,495, here's what I found out that I really love about coin collecting. I started to look at some auctions. And again, there's only 1,888 of these coins, which means that most of them are in the hands of collectors a long time ago. When they come around every once in a while in an auction, I like to track them, because if you've ever been to one of these auctions, they start at a very low amount. And the room is full of people who are aggressive, have a paddle in hand, and want that coin. And there could be 200, 300, 400 people in this room. And there's people on the phone as well, which could number way more than that. So one coin pops up in an auction, and everybody wants that coin. But the thing about auctions that makes people gravitate toward them is the opportunity to get an unbelievable deal. Now, these happen to be coins that are in the same grade and the same grading service. And just by happenstance, that coin right there brought over $1,700. And I think you would agree that that was an unbelievable deal, that whoever got that deal scored big time. Here's one also from an auction in a Mint State 64 that brought $2,400, actually over $2,400. Now I want you to keep in mind, we're not even at $1,500, ladies and gentlemen. And I should take this opportunity to show you the Smithsonian's example. Now, the Smithsonian's example is also a Mint State 64. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Smithsonian has what has to be the world's finest numismatic collection of coins. The highest example in Mint State 64 of this coin is the one they have. So it makes all collectors feel really great about the coin they own to know that if they went to the Smithsonian to find their date, that, you know, aside from waiting in line for 5 or 6 hours, that you would see the very same grade of the coin that you have in your hand. Here's what I really like about this. I believe that the 1900 in uncirculated condition is one of the sleeper dates. And in fact, folks, I want you to look at what I found in just one grade higher. Now, this was an auction, and I got to tell you, they got an unbelievable deal. One grade, Mint State 65 up, that coin sold at auction for over $2,700. And I have got to tell you, I think I would pay twice that much for that coin. It's worth a fortune. And I also want to let you know that even the Smithsonian does not have a 1900p in Mint State. So when you go to the Smithsonian, you will not see a 1900p in a Mint State at all. But if you own one, you could bring it along. You could show everybody else. And ladies and gentlemen, we're committed to coin collecting, and by the same token, we respect numismatics. And what we are really trying to get across to all our collectors today is that the $5 gold series, known as the Half Eagle, a $20 gold piece is a double eagle, minted from 1850 on. A $10 gold piece is an eagle. Up until the 20, the largest size gold coin ever issued by the U.S. A half eagle is the $5 gold. And believe it or not, the $5 gold is the very first denomination ever issued by the United States of America, soon to be followed by the 10. America's first gold coin. And there was a reason for that. It was a coin of commerce. It was a coin that the population of the United States of America used on a daily basis. It was a coin that bought it all, that took care of a family for a month or even longer. And that's the reason why in Mint State 64 or higher, they're nearly impossible to get. And I'm not saying that lightly. You would not believe how this coin collection made it into our hands. It's not by going out there beating the bushes for it, because you won't find them that way. You might find a coin or two here and there, but to accumulate this kind of cachet, this standard labeling, this standard grade, well, that's a little bit different. You got to know where the coin collections reside. You got to know what bank vault, what shelf they sit on, and what heirs or what collector from way back when owns them. This is something that we do better than anybody. Now, I'm not bragging here. What I'm saying is there's a reason why we're able to bring a coin like this to our show at less than $1,500 when others are offering it for $2,400 in a graded holder of the same grade and the same date as this coin. And I will tell you this, for those collectors who end up owning a collection, a series, a set of $5 gold liberties, one of the outstanding dates to own is a date from 1900. It's that magical date of a new century. All of us collectors own coins from the year 2000 for that very same reason, the start of something new. This coin was the same example 100 years earlier. A little bit different, though. When this coin was issued, it was meant to be spent. The very few that were never released into circulation, the small amount that were collected, this is a very small percentage of the population of the United States who are in a position to do that. So when you look at the history, when you look at the economics, when you look at the time, The 1900P in Mint State 6.4 is the ultimate grade, and when you start doing a little bit of research and a little bit of discovery, you will see that the rarity of this coin eclipses any price that we could charge. And that's why I love coin collecting so much, because for less than $1,500, and you can split it in 2 equal payments, you get a piece of priceless history, and you get solid gold in one of the greatest $5 gold coins we found in a long while. That, ladies and gentlemen, is our treasure chest, our treasure trove, our find of 1900 $5 gold liberties in one of the ultimate grades of Mint State 64. I want to thank you for watching Rare Collectibles TV, and I'll see you soon.
Folks, I spent the last 6 weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, and during the week as well, in the evenings, working on this publication for you. It's an informational booklet, about 20 pages long. I'm really very proud of it, because with 20 pages of information that you can find in this book, they're the most valuable 20 pages in terms of their benefit to you. This is about the We the People Franklin holder. There you see the cover. Do you want the best? The Franklin We the People holder is about your collecting future. And I've got a couple pictures of some Franklins on the cover, and there's an exceptionally toned Mint State Franklin with beautiful multicolored toning. And then to the right is an exceptional Ultra Cameo Franklin. And at the bottom of the page is the really most important information about the We the People holder. This may be the most important advance in independent third-party grading for the benefit of the collector in the last 20 years. My goal, folks, my bottom line is 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. And that's what it's all about. You know, I've made the Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, proof coins in general, my life's work. I take a lot of pride in the kind of coins I offer my clients. And it really disturbs me tremendously when I see some Franklin half dollars or Kennedys selling in auctions for outrageously high prices that I know are just kind of average for the date and grade. So I decided, you know, what I'm going to have to do is get together and work with NGC and develop a holder where I have exclusive rights to, where I can decide what coins go into that holder and what coins don't make the holder. And that's what the We the People holder is all about. And this booklet is perfect. It's actually absolutely perfect for the time because, you know, we're hard at work on the encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. The encyclopedia, folks, is going to be similar in dimension to this great book on United States gold coins published by Whitman. The encyclopedia will also be published by Whitman. It's a huge project. It's going to be over 400 pages. There's going to be a lot of photography. It's over a year off. And so I thought, in the meantime, this informational booklet is perfect. This publication I just completed details the most important advance in independent third-party grading in the last 20 years. The We the People holder, again, is reserved for those Franklin half dollars which are truly premium for the date and grade. I'd like you to see the two sets I have to offer you today. Proof Franklin half dollars. I have a set 1956 to 1963, the last year of the series, all in proof 68 condition. I have a limited number of these sets in the We the People holder. It's very hard to find coins of this caliber that make We the People standards. There's a 1954, for example. We took the top cover off. It's proof 67, but you can get a proof 67 with beautiful black mirrors, absolutely exquisite. I'm going to show you some examples that are pictured in this booklet as well. But this is not a We the People quality coin because you can see the toning that's developed around the coin that really obscures the original proof mirrors. If you're going to get a really nice proof Franklin, it should be a spot-free coin, and the mirrors should be as deep and clear as the day it was struck 60, 70 years ago. Okay, it should look like it just came off the die, like it's a virgin coin. You caught it on a velvet pillow, and you've preserved it all these decades in some kind of vacuum. So here you have it today, as perfect as the day it was struck. And I've got these sets in proof 68, folks. And I even have a very limited number of sets in the highest possible numeric grade of proof 69. There are no proof 70 Franklin half dollars. They do not exist. The technology used back in the 50s and 60s simply was not advanced to the point where they can strike a coin that would grade a proof 70. Now, to give you an idea of what the difference is between a proof 69 and a proof 70, all these coins are studied under high magnification at the grading service. If they get a coin that looks flawless under their normal magnification, they pull it aside and then they study it under even higher magnification. If under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, then the coin gets a grade of proof 69. A proof 68 is just one tiny step below that. The proof 68s you see, folks, are going to be flawless to the eye. About the only way you're going to find a flaw on one of these coins is if you break it out of the holder and really study it under magnification, and then you might find a tiny little hairline somewhere. That is how superb these coins are, and they are so rare in this condition. The Franklin We the People holder that these sets come in, folks, this is your guarantee that the mint state and proof Franklins you have acquired truly represent the highest standard for the grade. Now, this exclusive breakthrough leading edge NGC Franklin holder guarantees you the very finest eye appeal and quality for the grade. There is not a higher standard in all of U.S. numismatics. This is for the long term, folks. It's about your future. Again, 20, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar and a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. Now, you know, Franklins have been a love of mine since the early 1980s, when I saw my first truly exceptional proof Franklin. The coin was dated 1962. I was stunned. I didn't know such beautiful proof Franklins existed. And I knew that it had to be pretty rare, as I had never seen one this beautiful before. And the more I studied the coins, the more I would observe how the vast majority of proof Franklins in general had spots and hairlines and were of very low grade. For example, the quality control, again, back in the 50s and 60s, when it comes to making proof coins, is not what it is today. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art. the highest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. They're struck strictly for collectors. You can only order them directly from the mint, and you pay a premium to buy a proof set. The dies receive special polishing until they have a flawless appearance. The coin blanks receive a polishing kind of treatment as well. And then the blanks are slowly fed into the die. And whereas commercially struck coins are just struck once and then dumped into bins, and they're not struck off highly polished dies, they're dumped into bins where they're braided with other coins. Proof coins are struck at least twice under higher pressure off these highly polished dies to bring out every possible detail of the coin. And then most importantly, they're not dumped into bins. They're individually handled so as not to abrade with other coins. So technically, you're supposed to get perfection. But back in these early days at the Philadelphia Mint, they simply did not have that technology. So I brought along, there was a deal of 1958 proof sets I bought a couple years ago, 100 sealed sets, originally sealed from the U.S. Mint. These things do surface from time to time, folks. Where I had one collector, there was around 70 boxes, 50 sets in a box of 1957 proof sets. The boxes had never been opened, believe it or not. I mean, those instances are extremely rare. I'll probably never see anything like that in my life again. But here's a box of 100 1958 sets that were unopened. I haven't had any since. I opened 10 or 15, and every half dollar had the usual kind of spotting. And so I thought to myself, well, this is just one of those typical batches where the coins are just flawed. You know, they're supposed to be proof coins, they're supposed to be state-of-the-art, but they're all flawed. And so I thought the best thing I could do is save the rest of them for my future viewers so they could see firsthand what I'm talking about. So I've got a handful of these 58s. They're all sealed. I'll just pick this one, I guess. Cut it open. And milk spots, by the way, that you find on Franklin's from 1958 and on through 1964, that includes the 64 Kennedy half dollars as well. Milk spots come from incomplete cleaning of the coin blank before it goes into striking. One of the procedures back then was to clean the coin blank in a solution, a soap solution. And then they were supposed to wash that soap solution, that soap residue, off the coin blank before it went into the die. But the quality control was such that quite often they would leave little beads of soap residue on the coin blank. And then when that coin blank went into the die, you had about 200 tons of pressure coming down on that coin blank. That residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. You can't remove it. I've seen people take like a Brillo pad to try and get the spot off. And the coin will be terribly damaged at that point, but the spot will still be there. So here I just opened this 1958 set. I have no idea what to expect. Well, here, okay, you see your typical black. In this case, it's really obvious. In this case, it's not a white milk spot, but it's a black spot you can really see there. But I'm going to cut this open, and we'll probably reveal even more flaws on the coin once I cut it open and get it out of the cellophane holder. And there you can see all those little milk spots I'm talking about. So in addition to that black spot around 9 o'clock, all around 2 and 3 o'clock by the rim, you see all those white spots that we refer to as milk spots that do not come off. This is your typical proof Franklin, folks. Now, what does the reverse look like? Who knows? Because again, this was all random as far as the spotting. Sometimes the reverse will be flawless. You do see a spot, though, at around 3:30 to the right of the eagle, a milk spot. And there's also some spotting to the right of the yoke at the top of the coin. Now, you take a look at these coins I have here, folks. These are gorgeous, folks. They're absolutely gorgeous. These superb high-grade Franklins have it all. The most beautiful eye appeal, the highest possible quality, and rarity. Qualities I focused on the most when buying rare coins. While top quality rarities in other series were often priced in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, these Franklins are affordable, folks, to the average collector. Now, in the early days when I moonlighted buying and selling Morgan dollars from dealer to dealer in those early days, the Proof Franklins and early Proof Kennedy half dollars became a personal collecting favorite of mine. And the more I became involved in the Proof Franklins, the more interested I became in the Mint State Franklin half dollars as well, as I quickly discovered how difficult these coins were as well to find in gem condition, especially with full strikes. So I was picking out these coins at shows when I could find them, these most exceptional Franklins, folks, and acquiring for clients. And that's when I began to sell these coins to fellow collectors. I was simply buying coins that I thought were great coins to own, great coins for the future. In other words, coins I believed in. And I was sharing my passion with other collectors. It was obvious to me that this was a series of tremendous numismatic importance. So I began writing articles on these coins that appeared in Coin World, Numismatic News, the Coin Dealer Newsletter, the Numismatist, Coin Age. I received some literary awards for these contributions in the process. But it was obvious that a book with the best possible color pictures was needed to share the knowledge I had been accumulating on this series that I believed offered so much potential for collectors like myself. So I began writing my first book in 1986, the same year PCGS opened their doors for business. And I finished about 5 years later. I don't remember the precise date. It was late 1991, early 1992. But here we are now, about 30 years later. My, how times have changed since the publication of that first book. The grading services, both NGC and PCGS, provide a tremendous service as independent, third-party professional numismatists. Folks, this is very important. But at the same time, they are in the business to grade coins. And they need to grade a lot of coins as accurately as humanly possible to operate profitably. And when it comes to Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, I have a very different long-term goal. As a specialist, a lover of these coins, having spent much of my adult life buying, selling, collecting these coins, and sharing that passion with other collectors, other than writing more books, I think the best legacy I can leave is to earmark those Franklin and Kennedy half dollars that I know from my experience are most exceptional for their date and grade. And that is what the NGC We the People holder represents. Now, folks, you can look around and shop around on eBay and just regular generic Franklins. And I've just got a few prices here for you that we pulled off of eBay. On this one, I just pulled off this morning, actually, this 1957. Proof 68, it looks like it has some of that toning I was referring to. And that's over $1,700 just for 1957 and Proof 68. And that's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, almost 5,000 happy customers. Over $1,700 just for that one coin. There's a 1958 top-rated seller, Proof 68, over $1,000. So right there, we're around $2,800 just for two coins, folks. There's one more. We're all at almost $4,000 just for three coins. There's an exceptionally nice 1961 Proof 68. That's a very good price, $382. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. But we're well over $4,000 for just half the set, folks. There are some really, really tough dates. Here's the most important part I want to show you. I have the most extensive Franklin inventory of superb Proof and Mid-State Franklins in the country. I buy every exceptional example I can get my hands on. I'm bidding everywhere. I get coins shipped to me all the time. And there's so few that make the We the People standard. So I've gone through my entire inventory of the 1956 to 1963 Franklins and some of the earlier dates as well. And here are the numbers I have to date of all these coins. Here's what I've got so far, folks, for the entire series. The first year of the series is the 1950. And you can see there are no examples graded in 6.9. There's only one example graded in 6.8. We sold that to a client not too long ago. It was well over $30,000. But you look at the populations, and the coins highlighted in red in that table are the coins that I have that I'm able to offer to you today. What you're getting in this set, the 1956 Type 2, is the coin I have in the highest quantity in Proof 68 and Proof 69 condition. I've been able to certify 149 examples that made the We the People standard in Proof 68 and 108 in Proof 69. That is the first coin in the set. The second coin is the 57. Almost as easy to acquire in Proof 68. I mean, by easy, what I'm saying, again, I've gone through literally tens of thousands of 1957 sets, folks. And I came out with these 122 coins, but only 41 in 6.9. And then you get to the 1958. And I showed you a 1958 from a typical set. Only 83 graded in 68, folks, and 18 graded in 6.9 condition. The 59, 115 in 6.8, 18 in 6.9. The 1960, 181, 19 in 6.9. The 61, an incredible sleeper, such a difficult date. They struck around 3 million proof sets, but the vast majority are spotted and hairlined, flawed. They are so hard to get in a grade higher than Proof 66. And I only had 57 total and 15 in 6.9. Now, this is not what I have in stock at the moment. These are just the total populations of these coins in the We the People holder. And then you have the 1962, again, 98 and 6.8, only 15 in 6.9, and the last date in the series, 104 of the 1963s in 6.8, and only 19 in 69 condition. Now, I can't offer any of the 1955s, folks, even though that I had 75 graded in 6.8 and 35 in 6.9. We sold all of those. I had a special presentation where I offered the 1955, 56, and 57 in 6.8, 6.9 grade, and we sold out of all the 1955s that I had. But the good news is I had no special presentation on those later dates. So the dates like the 1958 with only 18 graded in 6.9 and 83 in 6.8, the 59 with only 115 in 6.8 and 18 in 6.8, the 61 only 57 in 6.8, 15 in 6.9. Same thing on the 62, only 15 in 6.9. I have small quantities of those coins. The 6.8 set, folks, the best part of all. Again, this is about your future. And the 6.8 set, to me, is the perfect grade for a set like this with the perfect price point. Because if your goal is to complete a Franklin set from 1950 to 1963, these coins are so red hot. You saw me showing you comps for a 1957 in Proof 68 with some toning on it for over $1,700 just for the 1957. Okay, this is my specialty. I'm the guy that does all the work, that goes through all the coins. This is a labor of love. I mean, there's a lot of other coins I could offer you that would require a lot less work and that would be a lot more profitable. I mean, I could put together 100 ASE sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, complete ASE sets for every one of these Proof 68 Franklin sets. This is a lot of work, but again, it's a labor of love of mine. It's a passion of mine because I know you are getting so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity for your numismatic dollar. $1,295 for the entire 8-coin set, folks. That's $161.81 a coin. $1,295 for the entire set. And you will get, with your set, my 3rd edition guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars by Whitman. It's the hardcover limited edition. And you will get a copy of this informational booklet on the Franklin half dollar in the We the People holder. The 6-9 set, folks, we have fewer than 10 sets. Okay, we've sold several of those 6-9s. I mean, the original total for the 1961 is 15 coins. We only have 7 or 8 in stock at this point in time. The entire 8-coin set, though, is priced to you for only $5,995. $5,995. They are available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today and we'll reserve one of these sets for you. Half down today of $2,997.50. And we will reserve a We the People Proof 69 Franklin set for you. And pay the balance in 30 days of $2,997.50. You're getting coins that are the highest possible numeric grade for every date. There are no Proof 70s. The current NGC population in the We the People holder for the 1956 Type 2, that's what you would call the common date. There are 108 examples. But then in 1957, there are only 41 examples. And again, a lot of them were sold in those 3-coin sets that I was offering, the 55, 56 Type 2, and the 57. So I don't have 41 examples in stock. I have maybe a dozen in stock. The 58, only 18 originally certified. We have fewer than 10 in stock. The 59, 18 certified to date. Again, fewer than 10 in stock. The 1960, 19 total certified in the We the People holder. 61 and the 62, 15 coins each. And the 63, 19 coins. To just put this in perspective, if you were to compare the rarity of these Franklins in this condition to the 1964 Kennedy in Proof 69, folks. Now, in the generic NGC holder, NGC has graded over 5,000 1964 Kennedys in Proof 69. I would say probably 20% of those, 25% of those would be We the People quality. So you're talking over 1,000 coins versus a couple dozen to date of some of these Franklin half dollars. Now, you open the pages to this book, and we've got some great pictures to show you the difference. The We the People Franklin holder, simply put, guarantees you the best possible eye appeal and quality for the grade. If it's a brilliant Proof Franklin, it will be a lovely, fairly graded, haze-free, problem-free specimen for the grade with exceptional eye appeal for a brilliant Proof Franklin. And there you could see 2 1950s, and you can see the difference. The 1950 on the left, not We the People quality. You see the typical haze, filmy surfaces. The coin on the right looks as pristine and deeply mirrored as the day it was struck. Amazing quality. 70 years old. It looks like it's brand new. That's the difference, folks, between a brilliant We the People and your run-of-the-mill Proof 67 Franklin. And then at the bottom there, if it's a cameo or an ultra cameo Franklin, well, what's the difference between a generic ultra cameo and a We the People ultra cameo? Well, again, a We the People ultra cameo should be a strong ultra cameo for the date and designation. And I stress that, the date and the designation. And there you see a 1956 on the left, graded Proof 68 Ultra Cameo. It's not We the People quality simply because it's on the lower end of the Ultra Cameo spectrum. That coin on the right, on the other hand, folks, sometimes your eyes, can really, this is what's so great about these coins. Your eyes can see the difference. Look at the cameo contrast on that coin. Your eyes can see the difference. You don't have to be an expert grader to know that the coin on the right is far superior to the coin on the left. Then on the next page, I'm talking about some Mint State Franklins. They should be very fairly graded, strictly graded, with either brilliant or attractively toned surfaces. And that is so important because there are a lot of unattractive toned Franklins out there. And, in my opinion, overgraded Franklins as well. So there you see a 1954P graded by PCGS. It's correctly graded. It's a 6.6 FBL, but it has the usual toning. It's what I would describe as a model toning. I wouldn't call it attractive, okay? The coin on the right is just a spectacular, brilliant specimen. Just off the charts. This is my guarantee to you, that the Mint State or Proof Franklin you have acquired truly represents the highest standard for the grade. This exclusive breakthrough, leading-edge NGC Franklin holder guarantees you the very finest eye appeal and quality for the grade. There is not a higher standard in all of U.S. numismatics. Again, my long-term goal, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for this series. Not only has NGC given me this exclusive use of their new proprietary holder, a holder that ensures every Franklin goes through a two-step process for encapsulation. The coin is first graded and certified by NGC, but then it must be reviewed by me, Rick Tamaska, to decide whether it is deserving of the We the People holder or whether it remains in the generic NGC holder. And this is most important. The evolving NGC We the People population numbers will illustrate how truly rare the finest Franklin half dollars are in their respective grades. For some dates and grades, only 5 to 10% of the current certified PCGS and NGC population numbers might pass my scrutiny and qualify for We the People encapsulation. In closing, there are two additional bonuses for you. Bonus number one, and this is really big. NGC will have an independent, separate census report, distinct from the generic Franklins, for Franklins in the exclusive We the People holder. And you can look it up there. There's the website address. If you want to look up the latest populations for any of those coins you see there, including half dollars. And then there's bonus number two. A second bonus. NGC will also have an independent, separate collector registry devoted only to those Franklin half dollars in the premium We the People holder, folks. And again, you've got the website address there. You get all this, folks. You get the best of the best. A coin that's received the strictest scrutiny, a coin you know is truly premium for the grade, and a Franklin that may be 10 to 20 times rarer than the more generic quality examples for the date and grade. In closing, folks, when I wrote my first book, it was a labor of love. If I had calculated the time I put in And the resulting sales I got from that book, I think I was probably been working for about 10 or 20 cents an hour. But that wasn't the point. The point was that I felt I had something really extraordinary to offer other collectors out there. I believed in the coins, and that's why I wrote the book. It's the same thing with the We the People Franklin Holder, folks. We're finally at that point in time. This is the perfect time. And NGC has given me this kind of control where I can go through all these Franklins and say, no, 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 this one doesn't make it, this one doesn't make it. Yes, this one makes it. This one goes into the We the People Holder. To put a set like this that you see here together in Proof 68 is so challenging. To meet the We the People standards, it's so much easier for me to assemble a beautiful set of American silver dollars, American silver eagles, in MS69 or Proof 69. They are so much easier to locate in top quality condition. I could assemble 500 of those sets for the time it takes me to assemble one of these Franklin sets in Proof 68. Again, folks, the entire 8-coin set in 6/8 is only $1,295. That's only about $161 a coin in Proof 68, one grade from the highest, the entire 8-coin set. And I haven't even addressed the difficulty of the Proof 69s. Proof 69, the highest grade for this early era in U.S. proof making. The ultimate grade. There are no 70s. The ultimate Proof 69 set, $5,995. We have a very, very limited number of these sets in 6/9, a limited number of 6/8s, but a very limited number of sets in 6/9, folks. They're only $5,995. They are available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today and we'll reserve one of these sets for you. Half down today of $2,997.50. And we will reserve a We the People Proof 69 Franklin set for you. And pay the balance in 30 days of $2,997.50. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Remember, with either set, you get the hardcover limited edition. You get a copy of this booklet. I didn't show you the last 2 pages in the booklet. There's many other things in there as well. There's charts. There's all kinds of charts. There's a feature talking about the Future Encyclopedia. Here's on the back inside cover a picture of a beautiful 1950 in the We the People holder. On the very back cover, the finest known 1953S MS66 plus FBL, folks. Finest known, key date in the series in full bell line condition. You get it all. This, to me, is the greatest half-dollar series when you're talking about United States proof coins struck in the 20th century. For this kind of price, you get so much bang for your numismatic dollar. Such a superior set with the best possible pedigree. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're able to get at least one of these sets. Thanks for watching. There is nothing I enjoy more than helping our clients build the coin collections of their dreams.
Are you looking to assemble a complete collection of coins but are having difficulty finding the rare ones you're missing? Do you need guidance in locating and acquiring high-grade, high-quality examples of certain hard-to-find coins? That's why Rick's U.S. Coin Show has introduced the Private Advisory Coin Team. Rick and Jack deal with many high-end coins for private collections that are not shown on our regular TV show. And now you can have access to these coins too.
With the collective wisdom of our team and the breadth of our relationships at Rick's U.S. Coin Show, we have access to the most prestigious private collections, coin shows, and dealer inventories across the country, all to help you build a numismatic coin collection of your dreams.
The Private Advisory Coin Team is for those collectors who seek those ultra super rare and hard to find coins that you only read about in numismatic books.
If you're interested in learning more about some of the rarest and most valuable coins known, call the number on your screen and tell our customer service representative you would like to be connected with a member of the Private Advisory Coin Team.
And be sure to keep watching Rick, Jack, and James on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
This box is kind of magical to me, folks. As a collector, a specialist in United States proof coins, the box doesn't belong to me. It belongs to another dealer. But, you know, if he would be willing to sell it, I'd pay him $1,000 for this box as a specialist in U.S. proof coins. Because this is a very special collector's item. This is historic. What this box originally contained, folks, came from the Philadelphia Mint in 1953. And if we zoom in here, you can see the number 50. That's the number of proof sets housed in the box. Here's the original postage stamp on it, December 2nd, 1953. I doubt if there's another box like this surviving that carried 1953 proof sets. Folks, they only struck in 1953 about 128,000 sets. Most of the time when collectors ordered sets, they ordered one set. This is how your proof set usually came from the U.S. Mint. If you ordered a single set, this is the box it came in. We called them box sets. And this was in 1953. They were shipped minimum fee, third-class insured mail. You got your box set, and they'd be wrapped in tissue paper. This is the original tissue paper, and they would be housed in, each coin would be in its own cellophane envelope, and they'd be stapled together. And this cellophane was terrible for storage. I mean, it was very brittle, it would crack. The steel, you could see the steel staple would rust, and you'd get, bits of rust falling down into the envelope that would abrade against the coin. And so your coins would end up hairlined, toned. Very, here they went to all this work to make these beautiful proof coins. And then they ship them in this packaging that was really horrendous, by modern standards. They had hard plastic back then. Why they didn't use hard plastic to ship the coins, to protect the coins? Probably for matters of economy, okay? But this box here, it's amazing. There's a little piece of paper here. I would not tear that off because it doesn't belong to me. This box has to stay just as it is. It's you open it up, and here's what they used to pack the sets in, folks. Newspaper. This is the newspaper that they used. They used the Sunday newspaper, the Sunday Bulletin, Philadelphia, Sunday morning, November 22nd, 1953 edition. I'm reading it here. Here's, you got the sports page on the back here. It talks about Holy Cross upsets Fordham by 20-7. And then there's a little article here. Doctor scores ace. Dr. Jack Task scored a hole-in-one at the White Manor Country Club yesterday on the 135-yard 17th hole. He used an 8-iron. He was playing with Wes Steinman. It was his second in 2 years. Lucky guy, right? I mean, and he did that in November. I guess they had some pretty nice weather there in Philadelphia for mid-November. But anyhow, this goes back into the box. Now, a very lucky guy to get something like this. What I have are the finest surviving proof coins, among the finest surviving from 1954 and 1955, the box set era. Like you saw this little box set, they use these box sets through mid-1955. Really subpar packaging. Very, very few of these survived in high-grade condition. And the mintages, again, were minuscule by modern standards. Now, Sasha's got the population chart to show you the NGC populations of these two dates in proof 68 condition. Now you notice, first of all, the mintages for the 1955, only 378,000. Note, folks, very importantly, note how in the early 60s they were issuing over 3 million proof sets a year. 3 million. 1955 was only about 10% of that total, 378,000, and 1954 less than 10%, 233,000. Well, how come so few proof sets back in the early mid-50s? Well, you got to understand, we were coming out of World War II. I mean, the country was actually in a bit of a depression after World War II. You had all these GIs coming home who needed jobs. You had industry, which had geared up for the war effort, making tanks and battleships and, you know, military equipment, ammunition, guns, weaponry. And they had to retool for civilian use, making cars, you know, toasters, just things for everyday life. And it took several years in transition. Well, by the early 50s, we started coming out of it. And you had families, people, young families, married, had young kids, getting jobs and becoming established. In the mid-50s, you started to see a growing middle class. People were able to buy a car, a TV, buy their own home. Home ownership began to really balloon in the mid-50s. By the early 60s, you saw it really explode with the growth of this middle class. Mid-50s, it was in its infancy. Very few people could pursue their passions. They couldn't collect coins because they couldn't afford to. So you had these minuscule mintages. In 1955 and 1954, you had this terrible packaging. So these are two of my favorite years. They are so underpriced. You look at the populations of these in proof 68 condition. You can see the 55, 2,780 examples. 54, only 687. How that becomes so very, very rare. And then when you see dealers asking, you know, for the later dates, like the 1962 and 1963, some dealers asking $1,000, $1,100, $1,200 for 1960, 61 Franklins in proof 68, which are not as rare as a 55 or especially a 54. Take a look at these pieces, folks. These are just supreme quality. Haze-free, pristine, proof 68s. Now, if you liked that Franklin set from 1956 to 1963, we have some of those sets still available in proof 68 condition. They're only $1,395 for that 8-coin set, 1956 to 1963. Very few people can put together a Franklin set in proof 68. Getting these two dates will get you 2 steps closer, and you're getting into some of the rarest dates in the series now. Now, the biggest problem with these box sets, well, you had a lot of terribly toned coins, but again, the cellophane. And I write about this, my 3rd edition just came out, a complete guide to Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. And I write about this packaging and how it was a very brittle cellophane in 1954 that they used for the packaging. Later in the year, they used a softer kind of polyethylene packaging that wasn't brittle. It was very soft, but it would tone the coins. It was not inert. It would develop a very heavy toning over the surface of the coin that was not removable. Here, for example, this is a 1954 typical proof 65 graded, but look at the heavy toning. And this is from the packaging, and then the reverse is, it's like it's been in a coal pit for the last 10 years. You know, it's just gray, and that's typical, and you couldn't dip that off. You couldn't remove it. I mean, you could dip it, but it'd turn like this purple because of that inert film over the surface of the coin. And then the hairline problem. You know, again, from the cellophane packaging, if you didn't have toning, you had hairline issues. I mean, I once bought a deal where I had about 100 of 1954 sets that I bought. Every one was hairline because of that brittle cellophane packaging that would abrade against the coin. Here's a typical 1954, and as we zoom in, you're going to see the hairlines I'm talking about. As we tilt it around, you could see in the fields, in front of the face and in the back of the Franklin's head there, all those light little scratches in the surface of the coin. You know, these proof coins, folks, are meant to represent the state of the art. They're highly polished, mirrored fields. All somebody has to do is take a handkerchief to lightly get some lint off or something that's on the coin, and just a light brush of a handkerchief or a cloth will put what we call hairline scratches on the coin, and that's what lowers the grade. Here we've got these Proof 68s. This is going to be a very short presentation because I only have a handful of these. If you get both examples, as when in the 56 to 63 set, you will get a copy just released. You'll get a copy of my third edition of the Guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's the soft cover version is $19.95. This limited edition hardcover is $45. You will get a signed limited edition with this 2-coin set, folks. But if you want the coins individually, the 1955 Proof 68, where you've got so many dealers asking a lot more than that for the later dates that are not as rare. I've got these coins for only $379. $379 for a Proof 68. Look at this piece. Absolutely flawless to the eye. Low mintage, extraordinary quality. $379. And then the 1954. This is where we're getting into this really golden era in the Proof Franklin series, where these things are, you just don't find them like this anymore, folks. Look at this piece. No haze, no hairlines, Proof 68 condition. From a mintage, a mere 233,300 struck. One of the finest surviving examples. This will be a $5,000 to $10,000 coin in the not too distant future, folks. Today, while I have them, you know, in celebration of the release of my third edition, I'll tell you, in some ways it was a lot easier writing the book than it is finding a date like this in Proof 68 condition without haze and toning. Beautiful, brilliant specimen, only $1,295. And if you get the set, you get the pair, you save $79. You can own the pair for only $1,595, and you will get a free hardcover, limited, signed edition of the Franklin and Kennedy Guide, folks, for only $1,595, and you will be on your way to completing the highest possible matching grade Franklin set there is in Proof 68, because you cannot complete a Franklin set in Proof 69, a matching set, because there's a lot of Franklin dates that have not been graded in Proof 69. The highest matching grade set you can complete the Franklins in is Proof 68. And if you get the 56 to 63 set for only $1,395, and then these two rarities, the 54 and 55 for only $1,595, you'll just have the 50, 51, 52, and 53 left to go. And you will have a set that few collectors will ever have the chance to own. Once again, in closing, it's only $1,595. In closing, back in 2011, when so many other coin shows were talking about offering their bullion coins and telling everybody to buy their bullion coins when silver was $47 an ounce, I never offered bullion because I never felt anybody could reliably predict what bullion would do from one year to the next. And all those people that took all of that advice and bought those bullion coins when silver was $47 an ounce, well, now it's around $16, $17 an ounce. Back in 2011, at that same time, what I was offering were high-grade Franklins. A complete set at that time was about under $4,000. That same set today in Proof 67 is around $10,000. And Proof 68s, folks, They are so much tougher to get than Proof 67s. The Proof 68s, that's kind of the magic grade. I mean, that's like nirvana. That's the holy grail to complete a Franklin set in. Proof 68. Again, it's the ultimate. It's the highest grade you can complete this set in, with every coin a matching grade 6/8 condition. You can't do it in 69. There are no 51s in Proof 69 or 52s. There's only one 1950. I've never seen the coin. If I saw it, it'd probably go for 6 figures. Here you got Proof 68s, the 1954 and the 1955. You get the pair for only $1,595, and you get a signed copy. Limited edition. Just came out. Been a lot of work. It's over 300 pages. We've got a lot of new features there. We got record auction prices that that were just before this book was about ready to go to print. There were several record auctions. I told them to stop the presses, because in this book at the time, in the back section on record auction prices, they had, for example, they showed the record for a 1951 was $37,000 for a 1951 Proof Franklin. And then just as the book was going to print, a 1951 sold in the auction for over $82,000. And so I told them to stop the presses. I put the last minute edits in. And I put that entry into the book for the 1951. I wrote in a recent new record, a 1951 6/7 Plus sold at auction for over $82,250. This is the highest price on record for a Proof Franklin. And there were so many other records that were set that we put in at the very last minute that we got into the book. So it's an incredibly dynamic, growing series because it offers you the collector, all the essentials. You're getting coins with the best eye appeal for the date, exceptional quality for the date, exceptional condition rarity, at a great price. Getting it from the source here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thanks for watching this presentation. I hope you're able to take advantage of this. These coins are getting so much more difficult by the month. It's been a long, long time since I've been able to offer Proof Franklins in Proof 68 condition. To be able to do it now at this point in time with the release of my book, this is the fun part, folks, offering you the coins that I love so dearly, that are such great collector coins with so much great future potential. Thank you for watching.
This is your lucky day. I am James Gorstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. Have you guys heard about the emergency production of Silver Eagles at the Philadelphia Mint that has been going on for a very short period of time, for 2020 and 2021? Now, we all know that it's the last year or so been different than any other time in our history for at least a century. And as a result, there's been shortages of a lot of stuff. And one of the biggest shortages of all lately has been silver. And it seems that in trying times, everybody wants one of the original forms of money. And silver has become extremely popular. The most popular form of silver of all are American silver dollars. It's always been that way. Morgan dollars are collected by generations and thousands of collectors. Peace dollars. Everybody wants a peace dollar. And when you go back even further, trade dollars and ceded liberty dollars and flowing hair dollars, if you're ever lucky enough to get one of the originals. American silver dollars have been collected since the late 1700s, from the very founding of the mint. Rarely in the history of the United States of America does the government invoke its emergency powers to literally mandate that the mints strike coins to be disseminated to the American public. This happened in 2020 and in 2021. It hadn't happened for a really long time. The last time we saw anything like emergency production for coins was during World War II. Beginning in 1942, the lowly Jefferson nickel. Well, nickel was a major component of the war effort. So the government had to remove all the nickel from production of all U.S. coinage. And they replaced it with, of all things, solid silver. Well, that was the Silver War nickels. They were struck from 1942 to 1945. And the reason for that was emergency production. And how can you tell a Jefferson nickel that's produced under emergency production rules, if you will? You see that mint mark on the reverse of that coin at the very top of the dome of Monticello? That big P mint mark indicates that that is a Silver War nickel, emergency production. In 1943, copper was extremely vital to the war effort. There were a lot of Lincoln pennies being produced, millions and millions. All the copper was removed from the Lincoln penny. It was substituted with steel and zinc. Steel pennies, 1943. How could you tell that was emergency production? It was the only time that a penny was made out of steel. Instantly recognizable, emergency production. So it's no surprise to us coin collectors that the government was going to have to do something when virtually the government shut down, because they were mandated by law to strike these coins every year. You see, in 1985, Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time, signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. That authorized the Treasury to begin striking a new American silver dollar. That began in 1986. And every year, as a regular issue or what we call a business strike, that coin was struck. So 2020 and 2021 were going to be no different. Even if the government had to invoke the right to authorize by emergency production, emergency issue, the coins you're about to see. Now, the thing about these coins, the mintage is surprisingly low. I don't think anybody ever could have foreseen what has happened. I want you to take a look, because we are offering an opportunity here to get the 2020 and the 2021. And there's so many attributes to these new silver dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, the 2020 documented and certified as a first day of issue from the Philadelphia Mint in that special Philadelphia holder, first day of issue in the ultimate grade of perfect MS-70. This coin is available as a single entity. It's $379. And I'm popping the price right now because I want you to know this is an incredible rarity. It's the second rarest silver eagle as a business strike ever produced by the U.S. Mint. And I'm talking about a coin that has been continually struck since 1986, year in and year out. You get the second rarest silver eagle ever issued with a mintage of 240,000 for $379. Its compadre there next to it in a Mint State 70 as well, we put in our special NGC Reagan Mercanti exclusive holder that only Rare Collectible TV has the rights to. And we did that because that year of 2021 is the final year for the Mercanti Reverse. It's been on the coin since 1986. The one you are looking at right there is the last. It is going away. There will be no 2022. In fact, midway through this year, the Mint will switch the Reverse to a brand new design. So the Mercanti Reverse of the Heraldic Eagle is going away forever. You get what is the third rarest and just the second emergency production ever done, Silver Eagle in the 2021 with a mintage of 495,000. That coin is $269. Now get on the phone right now, but don't hesitate, because this deal has got collectors everywhere wanting these coins. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Coin Week, one of the largest coin publications, had an article. In the title says it all. A new modern rarity. the 2020. And they go on to state here, there will be rarities issued in 2021 as well. Get ready. We've got them, both of them. They sold out quicker than you can blink an eye. Here's why. Take a quick look at this table of mintages of the business struck, or what I call regular issue, of the American Silver Eagle dollar. And don't forget, this coin is the largest American silver dollar ever produced by the Mint. It has way more silver in it than a Morgan dollar. It has a larger diameter, and it has a world-famous design. On its obverse, the Walking Liberty half dollar, designed from 1916. And its reverse, the ultimate heraldic eagle design, designed by John Mercanti, going away. That coin has made history since the first day in 1986 when it was issued. Now take a look at the mintages. And these equate to millions and millions of collectors buying each and every one of these years, putting them away to get a complete date run from the beginning all the way up to the current issue. So the coins we're featuring right now are vital components to completing all of these coin collections. Thousands, if not millions of people have started collections and can't complete them without the two coins you're about to see. Now take a look at the bottom of this table. In red, the ultimate reason why I want you guys on the phone right now. The 2020 with a mintage of 240,000. It's bested by only one coin, the 2015. And the 2021 from Philadelphia, documented with a mintage of 495,000, another crazy low mintage. Folks, I want you to know that we're offering the 2021 on an individual basis, and that is also in the highest grade attainable, a Mint State 70, a perfect condition coin. We're offering that coin for $269. You're going to see in a minute why both the prices that we have, the $379 price for the 2020, you can't beat it. I guarantee it. The $269 price for the 2021, the very last with Mercanti's reverse, $269. Another coin in our exclusive label at the highest grade attainable. And for the set together, ladies and gentlemen, get on the line because you have an opportunity to buy both true rare coins for $629. Now here's where it gets really fun. Really, there's three finishes of American Silver Eagles. There are what we call the business strikes. I call them the regular issue. Much like a Morgan dollar was issued every year in uncirculated, these are very much the same way. In fact, they are the same way. Now, when you look in your red book, you'll see in parentheses very small mintages of Morgan dollars. Those are the proof coins. The largest mintage was 1,200. Those are really, really hard to get, obviously. They're priceless artifacts. And so the Mint followed along those lines by issuing these silver dollars in proof. And they issued about 27 million of them. There was another collectible version, the burnished die. Almost 3.8 million of those coins were issued. Now, the column on the far right says it all. Those are the percentages by which these coins grade in perfect 70 grade. The business strikes, not even 0.75% would you be guaranteed to get a perfect Mint State 70 when you submit a coin. So what does that mean? Well, you can't just submit one coin and expect to get a perfect grade. No, you're going to have to really go with quantity there to get one coin that'll grade absolutely perfect. Well, it isn't much better with the proofs or the burnished die. Pretty small amounts, but nothing comes close to the regular issue of the business strikes. They are the hardest to attain in perfect grades. Let me show you what we're talking about in brass tacks. These are 2020 Silver Eagle dollars that were produced by Philadelphia as emergency issues. $795, one coin. Now, we're doing the same coin for $379, except ours is a first day of issue. But they're both PCGS graded. Ours is $379, theirs is $795. Well, we love John Mercanti here. He's a friend of the show. We have an exclusive label with his signature on it. And here is an NGC coin that was graded in a perfect 70 grade. It's $1,150. I just offered you the same coin for $379 in a PCGS, first day of issue, Mint State 70. That one right there, $1,150. Oh, here's a great deal. This is also Philadelphia, first day of issue and emergency production. It's $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to tell you, it's a phenomenal deal. You are going to thank your lucky stars that you landed here today, because at $379 for that coin, unbeatable. And I got to tell you, don't miss out. The 2021 at $269 is equally as valuable, because it features the last heraldic reverse, and it features only the second emergency production Silver Eagle struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And its mintage is 495,000. Another really low mintage. A 2020 at $1,680. And I guarantee you, the owners of that coin, people who bought that coin, are happy as you can be to own one. Well, imagine our viewers right now watching this show and saying, I paid $1,680. I paid $1,150. I paid $1,000. I got the greatest deal in the world at $795. Seeing this, where you could buy both of those coins, the 220, the 221 for $629. Both in Mint State 70, the 2020 in a first day issue, the 2021 in our exclusive Reagan Mercanti label for $629 for the two together. Don't forget, $269 for the 2021 on their own. So if you love American Silver Eagles, if you know that this coin has become the most popular silver dollar in the entire world, it has really overtaken the Morgan dollar. And I'll tell you what, you can never get one of those fantastic classic Morgan or Peace dollars in a Mint State 70. Not even one coin exists. Very few of these coins exist in a Mint State 70 grade. Only 0.72%, not even 0.75%. So don't delay. On that table, there was one coin that had a lower mintage than the two that we're showing right now. That was a 2015, and that was also struck at Philadelphia. It was an emergency production. The mintage was about 80,000. I want to show you how valuable these coins become. That coin right there is one of the coins that I just spoke about, and coincidentally, it has the same label as our 220, the Philadelphia label. That coin, almost $4,000. What's the grade? Mint State 70, the ultimate. I get excited about silver dollars. I've been a Morgan dollar fan since I was a little kid. I always wanted to own Morgans, but when you're 7 or 10 years old and you're a coin collector, you don't have enough money for a Morgan dollar. You're happy collecting pennies and stuff like that. In fact, you couldn't be happier. As you begin to evolve a little bit into coin collecting, you begin to realize the magnificence of the silver dollar, its size and its weight and its history. You start collecting silver dollars and the world opens up. However, let me tell you the difference about this coin. Since 1986, millions of coin collectors have discovered that the United States of America issues a bona fide legal tender silver dollar, bigger than any we've ever struck before, with the original Walking Liberty half-dollar design from 1916, a world-famous heraldic eagle reverse made famous by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti, all in one package. The silver dollar that took over the world. If you're one of those collectors, and I know you are because thousands of collectors, our collectors on our show, purchase complete collections of American Silver Eagles in Business Strike, the regular issue, from 1986 all the way to the present time. I get to tell you, every one of those collectors, they want this coin. The phones never stop ringing. The 2020, impossible to get. The mintage was only 240,000. Well, let me tell you, the 2021, no easier, because the mintage of that coin was 495,000. When you talk low mintages for silver dollars, take a look at the Morgan series. Find a coin with a mintage of less than 500,000 coins. That coin is going to be $5,000 and $10,000 in the highest grade, or highest grade. No, in a nice grade. In the highest grade, it's going to be six figures. This is an opportunity to get in, not just on the ground floor, but you haven't even hit the ground floor yet. I don't want to forget the 2021. A lot of attention is directed to the 2020. But the 2021, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last coin of its kind. That coin is going to go down in history as being the last American silver dollar to feature the Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. The fact that it has a mintage that is the third lowest ever at 495,000 is icing on the cake. I am offering 2021s for $269 in perfect mint state 70. That one is almost $450. This one is almost $900. There's a reason for these prices. There's a reason for this demand. These silver dollars have caught everybody's attention. For the last year, the Mint has announced that 2021 will be a transition year. It's the last year of the Heraldic Eagle Reverse. So since news broke of that, well, that transition to the new reverse, collectors cannot get enough of what we now call the Type 1, 1986 through 2021. Midway through 2021, the Type 2 series will begin. So this coin that you are looking at from Philadelphia for 2021 is the final issue with that reverse. Now, because of its uniqueness, because of the unique times that we live in right now, these coins as emergency production will go down in history as being unique, much like the steel cents from 1943, the Civil War nickels from 42 to 45. Rarely has this happened. We all hope it never happens again. There is a silver lining. There happens to be a silver lining consisting of two silver dollars right here, both in the highest grade attainable. You can buy an individual 2020 with a rare mintage of only 240,000 for $379. But not for long, because they are gone everywhere. And everyone that I know that exists in the world today is right here in our set. You can buy a rare 2021, mintage 495,000, the third rarest in the history of the series, for $269. Or you can combine the two together in a set for $629. The hardest coin to achieve in a perfect grade are the coins you're looking at. They are generally struck for quantity and not quality. Though they're beautiful coins, it is the rare occurrence that these coins occur in a perfect grade. We saw that not even 0.75% of these coins will grade in a perfect grade. And that's by both grading services, both PCGS and NGC. I just want to make sure that I have not left anything out here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we know that they're retiring the reverse. So the 2021 in your set or your individual coin is the last one of its kind. It closes out the series, forever known from now on as the Type 1. Now, I briefly mentioned that we have thousands of collectors who purchase from us the entire collection in mint state, from 1986 to the present time. Every one of those collectors are now on the phone trying to get one of these coins or the set, because it's vital to end the Type 1 series. There will never be a second chance on these coins. Let me just say this. This is possible to achieve. A complete Morgan dollar collection in the highest grades known is virtually impossible to achieve. Even if you have the $1.5 million to $2 million that it would take to purchase all of them, where would you find them? Where would you locate them? It would be a life's quest. But right here, falling right into your lap, are number 2 and number 3 in terms of rarity in the entire series of business struck Silver Eagles. For $629 for the set of 2, for $379 for an individual 2020, or $269 for an individual 2021. If you have any questions, you can contact me here anytime. I'm always available, and I'm willing to talk to any of you collectors about coins, because I love coins, and I'll be happy to talk to you about them. But right now, it's time for me to go. But I want to leave you with this thought. This display, this cachet, is the only one I know of anywhere in the world. There will be no more displays like this, no more cachets like this in the future. If we're able to get any more of these coins, it's going to be a little dribble here and there. There will never again be enough for me to come on the air and do this for you guys. I hope you got one or you got both, but I hope you get in on it. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great coins. See you soon.
Coin.
Morgan silver dollars,
Buffalo nickels.
American Silver Eagles.
Lincoln Wheaties,
Walking Liberty half dollars.
Standing Liberty quarters.
Franklin half dollars,
My personal favorite, Ancients.
Kennedy half dollars,
Cameo proof coins.
Pandas.
Steel cent,
Liberty Head and St. Gaudens double eagles.
Eisenhower dollars,
Some say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I say it's a gold St. Gaudens.
Peace dollars.
coins from the screw press era,
Cap bust halves.
Can't choose? You don't have to. Rick, James, and Jack have all your favorite coins.
And at great collector-friendly prices.
For the best in coin collecting, watch Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Right now, the United States Mint is getting ready to release a brand new silver dollar. Every collector throughout the whole entire world has been anxiously awaiting this event, and it is about to happen. At Rare Collectibles TV, we get advance notice on everything, and we get the opportunity directly from the U.S. Mint to bring to you a pre-sale of this coin in the absolute highest grade you can get. A perfect graded, I mean a perfect condition coin, flawless. Folks, let's take a look at this brand new captivating reverse design. Now, what you're seeing right there, you're seeing an obverse shot of the traditional American Silver Eagle dollar that features Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half-dollar design, first introduced in 1916. But the reverse, now this is a reverse that we have never seen before. It's brand new, and it is soon to appear and begin the series of Type 2 silver dollars. It is true that John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle reverse is being replaced by Emily Damstra's captivating design of an eagle building its nest, as you see, coming in for a landing with an oak branch, just waiting to build that nest. Now, this design has been eagerly anticipated, and you just got a quick look at it. I got to tell you, it's different than John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle, and it has a statement of its own, which we're going to get into. I want to lay a little groundwork and give you a little background of how important an issue this is going to be. In 1985, President Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. And I'm mentioning that because it was such a big part of this program. It launched the American Silver Eagle dollar, and it just made it famous. The beginning of this program was so important because for the first time since 1935, America had come out with a brand new silver dollar. The largest silver dollar ever issued, much larger than a Morgan or a Peace dollar. It captivated coin collectors and it captivated the world in terms of its design. I think it's because the obverse, which, by the way, for 2021, for this new silver dollar, has been reworked and enhanced. And when you take a look at this original design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, you're going to see what I mean. It magically lights up the obverse of the coin, the reverse. So forevermore, this will be known as the beginning of the Type 2 series of this great silver dollar. I have a lot of quotes from Emily here about her design method for creating this coin. And what it really boils down to is this. For many, many years already, she has been world renowned as one of the greatest nature artists there is. And she looked at the bald eagle in a way that John Mercanti didn't. John Mercanti borrowed from the original, the heraldic eagle. Emily Damstra has taken a different route. She studied eagles in the wild. She got an appreciation not just for the majestic bird itself, but for the lifestyle, the way pairs mate for life, the way both the male and the female guard the offspring ferociously, the way they work together to build the nest. And you'll see something here. The branch in the talons of Emily's eagle is an oak branch. And the reason why she chose the oak branch was because of all of the trees that she could have chosen, the oak, in its connection to the United States of America, and when allowed to, the way that oak trees grow to these majestic heights and stature, and the way they harbor more wildlife than any other tree does, the way they have contributed so much to the ecology. She saw this by viewing eagles in the wild and constantly evolving her idea of how she could place this eagle, because this is a daunting task, to be commissioned to create a design for a United States silver dollar. When you think back to George T. Morgan and the responsibility that he felt to create the Morgan dollar, and how it was magic, and how today it endures as one of the greatest symbols of liberty. Well, the original Silver Eagle Type 1s were in exactly the same fashion. John Mercanti wanted to keep that feeling going, which is why he selected the heraldic eagle reverse, and why the obverse was selected as such a famous allegorical of liberty and enhanced by John himself, and again this year, enhanced to bring out more detail. And then the reverse had never been done before. So think of the responsibility. Think of the pressure. You have one opportunity to come up with this design that will be immortalized forever. So artists who have the ability to conceive a sketch and a portrait and a sculpture and see it in the mind's eye of how it will translate on the size of a silver dollar. Well, this is something that can't be done by every artist. And the United States Mint, well, they wouldn't know how the design would turn out until the coins begin to come down, well, down the pike, so to speak. So take a look at this design. First of all, I want you to take a look at the coin. It's so important to take in that design, because you may be one of the first people in the whole entire nation to get a look at this coin. in 1985, when the law was signed by President Reagan that began this great series, I don't think anybody ever foresaw that there would be a change in the coin. And collectors all over the world have been buying thousands of silver eagle dollars of Type 1s and putting together complete collections. And now a whole new series is born. And it has lit up coin collecting. And I want to show you a couple of reasons why. I want you to take a look at the mintage of previous years, all Type 1s. And this is going to give you a little idea of what you're up against. Because collectors who own these coins, who are putting together complete collections, who have completed their Type 1 collections, you know that they're going to start on the brand new Type 2s. And 2021, starting with this coin right here that we are pre-selling, is the beginning of the whole adventure. All right, let me give you the prices, folks. A single quantity, $249. Let me tell you the value here. Let me really give you the whole story. Number one, this coin is amongst the hardest coins to achieve a perfect grade in. It is a mint state 70. The description of this coin can be summed up in one word: perfect. Perfect condition, not a single flaw, even when the coin is viewed under intense magnification. That separates all the almost perfect from the actual perfect coins. Now, here's the thing about these coins, ladies and gentlemen. Production is just starting. This is a pre-sale. This is going to give you the opportunity to jump in and be one of the first people to get a coin. Here's the thing about that. There are no guarantees ever of how many absolute flawless coins will be struck during this year. This is going to be a short year for the Type 2 because this is a transition year. Midway through the year, we're transitioning from Type 1 Silver Eagles with the old Mercanti reverse to the brand new Damstra Type 2 reverse. So when you only have a limited amount of time to strike, not even going to be half the year, we know the mintages are going to be very, very low. Now, if the mint attempts to catch up and strike a lot of coins in a hurry, well, there's where the real trepidation comes in about how many coins will I have to submit to the grading service just to get one perfect grade. I have seen years where you could submit 100 coins and not even get one perfect coin. Now, I can guarantee you this. No matter how many coins it takes for us to get perfect grades, if we have to submit 500 just to get one, your name's going to be on that one coin. That's a rock solid guarantee right now. So for $249, you can lock up one coin. Now, if you see the opportunity like I do to go a little bit bigger on the first ever issue and guarantee yourself 5 of these perfect condition, brand new Type 2 reverse of this silver dollar, then this deal is especially for you because 5 coins right now, ladies and gentlemen, $245 each. $1,225. Now, for some of us, we just got to go even bigger than that. 10 coins. 10 coins, the price drops to $239 a coin. Now remember, each and every one of these coins is a perfect mint state 70. There is no higher grade. They have special labeling, and they are the first ever Type 2s being issued. Now, I know there are millions of Silver Eagle dollar collectors, and I can guarantee you that right now they are all in line to get this coin. I can guarantee you 10 of these coins in absolute perfect mint state 70 condition. And the very first one of these designs, the mintages that I just showed you were all of the Type 1s because we do not know yet how many Type 2s are going to be struck, how many Type 2s are going to be issued. All we know is they're going to be starting later than midway through the year. So it's pretty hard to strike a lot of coins, but we do know that demand is going to be unprecedented, that it's already starting. So I want you to take a look at this table that we put together down at the bottom, because it really only has, in the category of type 2 mintages, well, it's got very little information because we don't know yet. But I do know one thing: there will be a coin, we will have it. We are pre-selling it right now. We have an amazing inside price, and we're featuring it in absolute perfect mint state 70 condition. Collectors all over the world are lining up for this coin because this is the design, the only design that could follow the masterpiece of John Mercanti. This is the design that has immediately been accepted as the coin that will succeed the great Mercanti design. Now, we will all judge for ourselves, but when you see this eagle, all of that comes to mind. The majesty of the strength of the eagle, all incorporated with the family values. Eagles have the greatest reverence for family, for their offspring, of almost any animal in the animal kingdom. They mate for life. They ferociously guard their offspring. This has taken the final design of John Mercanti's and taken it to a different level. This reverse is the reverse that was judged to replace Mercanti's reverse. And if you never thought in a million years that there could be a silver dollar reverse that could succeed John Mercanti's heraldic eagle, well, I think you're looking at it, ladies and gentlemen. The rarity is going to be built in here, ladies and gentlemen, for the following reasons. I've only got a couple more seconds. You are guaranteed a perfect coin. And what I mean by that, the highest grade, MS70, indicative of perfect condition. You are guaranteed, no matter what happens in the marketplace, to own one of these coins before anybody else at the low price of $249, or the even lowered price of $245. You got to buy 5 coins, that's $1,225. And we've dropped the price all the way to $239. When you purchase 10, a lot of 10, for $2,390, you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,195. This gives you an opportunity to tie up 10 of these coins before anybody even knows what's going on. You're going to have a quantity right out the gate. Now, I get excited about coins like these because whenever there is a new issue, in 1986, when the first Silver Eagle dollars came out then, we were jumping for joy. Imagine, a new American silver dollar. It's about time, right? Ladies and gentlemen, this silver dollar has become the most collected silver dollar, not just in the United States of America, but in many parts of the world. Its design, which is classic, has now a new reverse, which has become an instant classic. Its grade is the highest grade attainable. And for collectors all over the world, think about it. Whenever there has been collaboration at the United States Mint between one of the greatest outside artists, somebody who's not employed by the Mint, who works with the greatest technicians and engravers, Michael Gaudioso, who has taken the design of Emily Damstra and interpreted exactly the way she wanted it in his engraving, in his modeling, in the production. So you had one of the great artists working with some of the greatest technicians and greatest engravers at the U.S. Mint to perform magic, to create a classic design right out the gate. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to wrap this up. We all know the demand for this coin is right now insatiable. So let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale. You're getting at the front of the line for these coins. You're guaranteed the highest grade known to man for any coin. Mint State 70, no higher grade. And you are guaranteed a great price. You don't have long to wait before it actually happens. But I have to tell you, the gates are open. The doors have flung wide open. And let the Type 2 series begin with this coin right now. And don't forget, tell all your friends. When you're watching Rare Collectibles TV, that's where you get to the front of the line. And I hope to see you guys again real soon. Until then, keep watching, because we have a lot of great coins. Thank you, and see you soon.
Welcome, welcome, fellow collectors. Jack and Rick, we're back again.
We're the coin guys, and we're here.
You know, Jack and I, we get together, folks, when we get something that's truly, truly extraordinary for all our collecting friends out there.
Right.
And Jack, among the gold from the great European gold hoard,
Right.
I don't remember gold eagles like we have today that offer the collectors out there so much opportunity in the form of eye appeal, quality, and rarity. This is an incredibly special coin, folks. And I want you to take a look at these. They're 1899s $10 eagles struck at the San Francisco Mint.
Right.
Mint State 62, Jack, which, you know, if you go to the Smithsonian, which is the home of the greatest United States coin collection in the world.
Collection, yeah.
You go to the Smithsonian and you want to look at the greatest coin collection in the world, and you look at their 1899s. It's a Mint State 62.
Same grade as this. And that's our national treasures.
To be able to own a coin like this rare and this quality, and at the price we have it, folks, this is just so special, Jack.
It is. Over 120 years old.
It's a thrill.
Yeah.
Now, it's called the Eagle because, folks, up until 1850, this was the largest gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint. You had, you know, $1 gold pieces, $2.50 gold pieces, $5 gold pieces, but then you had the $10 with almost a half an ounce of gold. And so it was referred to as the Eagle.
Right. When the Mint started making gold coins, that was the centerpiece. That was the biggest coin. And that's why they wanted to give it a name, and they called it an eagle.
Folks, in gold value alone, there's almost $1,000 worth of gold, and just in gold value alone, because it has almost a half an ounce of gold. Now, these coins really should not exist.
Right. It's true.
They should not exist, folks.
They should have all been melted almost 100 years ago.
The only reason they exist is because of the great European gold hoard.
Right.
The great European gold hoard all started in the 1930s. We were in the midst of the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the bank's shuttered closed. They failed. you were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins.
Yeah, they didn't want the paper money. They went to their bank and said, give me the gold. I don't want that paper money.
Exactly. You know, the paper money could be worthless in a year, you know, the way our economy was going.
Right.
On the other hand, gold throughout human history has always had value. Throughout human history, across cultures.
Thousands of years, it's been used as a means of trade and a store of value.
Folks, you go back to 3000 BC. The ancient Egyptians believed gold was the flesh from their sun god,
Right.
and that it was
Ra.
indestructible. Yeah. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So in other words, if you owned over 10 of these and you were caught after the effective date in 1933, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment,
Right.
or both. And it was enforced. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. They could keep their money in the bank and risk it going
Right.
under
Could turn
and
to
losing
nothing,
everything.
right.
They could buy gold and get caught and go to jail.
Right.
But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And we've been able to offer some of the greatest rare gold opportunities to our viewers over the last several years that have come out of the great European gold hoard.
Right.
Folks, this is a Halley's Comet event, moment in time. You know, the great European gold hoard is not going to be some footnote in history 100, 500 years from now.
Right.
This is an incredible, incredible opportunity. It truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And these coins we have today, you just don't find them. They should not exist.
Right.
These are so rare.
Now, this chart really tells a great story here. Because first off, you know, the series, they made less than 50 million coins. And this is a series that goes back to the 1830s. I mean, this series, you know, a lot of different mint marks and dates. I think it's about a couple hundred different coins in this series, starting from 1838 up to 1907. Now, we look at this. For that many years, it's not that big of a mintage. You've had only 42,686,932 coins struck. So less than 50 million coins spanned over a lot of different dates and mint marks. But keep in mind, most coins after 20, 30 years in circulation, the mint redeems those coins and melts them and strikes new coins anyway. And there's no count of that. So a lot of these coins didn't exist in the first place. Then we have these official melts, like during this executive order. When the government made you turn over these coins, they didn't just go keep them and put them in a safe. They melted them into bars. Actually, Fort Knox was established specifically. They built the vault at Fort Knox to put these bars in when this executive order was enacted. So few of these survive. Today, if you look at this chart, this tells a great story. Of all these different dates and mint marks, PCGS has only graded about 258,000 coins.
That's
in all
for the
grades.
entire series.
The entire series. All grades, not just mint state. That's anything from very good up to mint state 66. This is it. So for only 258,000 coins, it is a minuscule, tiny fraction of the amount of coins that survive.
That's far less than 1% of the total mintage.
Far less.
Folks, that's all grades. Circulated coins.
Right.
Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these heavy coins, struck in gold, a very soft metal, would acquire what is referred to as bag marks. And you can see from looking at this example, here's a typical double eagle. And you can see from the deep cuts and gouges, simply from abrading and colliding with other coins. Look at the deep cut along the rim and a deep gash in Liberty's waist. This coin is not even gradable. Here's another one. And you can see a deep cut along her upper cheekbone there, a deep scrape at the bottom part of her neck and back of her head. Again, this is all from contact. These are large, heavy coins. And this is why it is so hard to get high-quality, uncirculated coins, and why it's so exciting when we have these coins in this outstanding quality today. But folks, this is not any old Mint State 62 $10 Eagle. It's a San Francisco mint.
Yes.
And the thing about the great European gold hoard is that most of the gold coins coming out of those banks in Europe were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Understandably, the Philadelphia Mint was the closest mint to the East Coast.
Right.
So it was a short trip to the East Coast to get on a ship to cross the ocean. You rarely find gold from the great European gold hoard struck at the San Francisco Mint on the other side of the country.
Right.
Almost all the gold remained on the West Coast, and very few gold coins have survived, the process of...
Much less, yeah.
Yeah. To give you an idea how special this is, we have a chart here of showing the $10 Eagles, many of which we've offered in the past, but they're not nearly as rare as what we have today. Only about 250,000 in every date have been certified. And you can see the great majority are those earliest dates at the Philadelphia Mint.
Yeah, this is showing all those P mints from that last 15 years of the series, and you can see that San Francisco Mint, even though the mintage is higher than some of those Philadelphia issues, it's about how few survived and ended up in the hoard. Look at the populations in any mint state grade. All the P mints from that end of that series are over 1,000 coins, and some you see over 10, over 20, almost 30,000 coins that have survived in mint state for that 1907. You look at this coin, less than 700 graded by PCGS in all grades. And in the grade we have here, MS62, again, look at, you have coins at the top of that chart where there's over 10,000 graded, which is still a tiny amount with the number of coin collectors there are today. I mean, these are still pretty rare coins.
Those are,
But you get down to the bottom of this chart and look at this coin we have here today. Only 315 coins certified in Mint State 62, the same grade as the Smithsonian has.
Yeah.
Only 315 coins.
And even the number next to it. In all grades of Mint State, only
Right.
700 coins.
Right.
In other words, folks, this is a coin that's rare in any condition.
Yep.
That number, it's about 1 in 1,000 certified
Right.
in this condition. 1 in 1,000. And 1899S, it's all about this incredible condition rarity.
Right.
We have, folks, just over 100 examples. In other words, about 1/3 of the total population that just
Right.
came out of the great European gold hoard.
incredible.
1899 San Francisco Mint. This is extraordinary. Mint State 62, meaning it's really a nice uncirculated example,
It is a solid
Jack.
Mint State example. 60 or higher on the grading scale is considered brilliant uncirculated. Mint State coins, coins with no wear, coins that never went into circulation. This is solidly in that category. This is a
Right.
62 coin.
In other words, folks, these are as if they were in a bag. If you had a typical bag, say, that had 1,000 1899 $10 eagles, the baggiest examples would, grade MS60 with a lot of bag marks.
Right.
These are among the finest surviving specimens. How a coin like this could survive in this condition, again, among the finest examples from a bag.
Right.
Struck over 120 years ago at the San Francisco Mint. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and there you see that S Mint mark right at the very bottom, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. This, folks, again, this is a Halley's Comet event, and the timing, the window of opportunity couldn't be more perfect. There was an article that came out, major publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?
Right.
Now, what they're talking about when they say generic is the most common gold.
Right. The most common dates.
The S Mint is a much, much rarer $10 eagle. But here's the sentence to focus on in this article. And this is what we have been telling our viewers now for several years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. Now, by spot, what they mean is the current value of gold.
Right. Spot is the day's price
Exactly.
of gold.
Right now, folks, gold is, $1,800, $1,900 an ounce. I remember around 20 years ago when gold was $350, $400 an ounce.
Right.
There were a lot of gold coins back then, common dates, that were selling for 10 times their gold value. And here we have gold at around $1,800, $1,900 an ounce. And these 1899 S's, just about a half an ounce of gold. And gold value alone, it's around $900.
Right. It's almost $1,000 worth of gold there.
This is the best part of all, Jack. Again, we get first crack at these opportunities that come out of the great European gold hoard.
Right.
And we hand select the deals we want and don't want, that we feel are best for you folks, our viewers. And this is a must-buy opportunity. 1899S Smithsonian quality.
Right. Same grade as the Smithsonian coin.
This is a
Same
coin
condition.
that would be a great opportunity at $39.95.
Right.
But it wouldn't be our best price. Our philosophy from day one, and it's the key to our success, is that when we get a great opportunity, that we pass our good fortune on to you.
Right.
And folks, we have these today. $29.95 would be an exceptional price. While we have these, a limited time opportunity, we just have over 100 examples, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's like a third
Never
of the,
in my lifetime,
a third
Jack,
of the
did
population.
I think we'd be able to get these.
Incredible.
This kind of quantity, maybe 5 or 10 examples, but just over 100.
Right.
And while we have them, Jack, folks, $1,995 a coin.
Great opportunity.
Yeah, again, remember, gold value alone, it's $900.
Right.
Incredibly rare.
Same quality
San
as the
Francisco
Smithsonian.
Mint.
The Smithsonian, one of the greatest collections ever established anywhere in the world ever. And it's the same quality as the Smithsonian. Our
San
national
Francisco
collection.
Mint.
San
Not
Francisco
Philadelphia Mint, San
Yeah.
Francisco Mint. There are so few San Francisco Mint $10 Eagles because so few of them made the trip from San Francisco to the East Coast to go to one of those banks in Europe.
And,
that's why we say these should not exist. It was one of those few bags.
Right, and so few tens on top of that. I mean, most of the coins that were transferred, people are trying to transfer a large sum of money. You go with the highest denomination. So the majority were the $20 double eagles.
That's right.
The tens are much harder.
The double
and then
eagles,
on top of that it's an S Mint.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. And it's available on the 2-payment option.
Right.
Because again, folks, this is one of those opportunities that we present now. We get so many people who will call in a week later, and we no longer have the coins.
Right.
So if you can't swing the entire amount today, all you have to do is put half down.
Right.
Half down of only $997.50. And we'll put one of these 1899S Smithsonian quality $10 Eagles aside for you in our vault with your name on it. And you pay the balance in 30 days.
Right.
This is just such a sensational opportunity. Folks, sometimes some things that seem too good to be true really are true.
Right.
There was the story. It was just over a year ago. An individual found an 1854S $5 gold piece. $5 gold piece, which is about a quarter ounce of gold. And that's a blow up of the coin. And here's a reverse picture. And there again, you see that most important San Francisco Mint mark at the bottom. He showed it to a couple dealers who told him it was probably counterfeit.
Right.
He sent it to NGC for grading. And here's how it came back. The coin was genuine. It was a real 1854S, extra fine 45, meaning it had been in circulation. It had some light circulation, some light wear. It wasn't a mint state coin. He put the coin in auction. Sold for over $2 million. Very, very rare. Now, there's only a handful of those in existence.
Right.
But these 1899Ss, folks, they're really, really rare. And at $19.95, they're really, it's our best price. You know, it's our, you know, we have a great opportunity that came our way, and this is what we love to do most, is pass our good fortune on to you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the 1899S Liberty, turn of the century, struck in the 1800s, struck at the San Francisco Mint and Smithsonian quality, Jack.
Right, exactly, and such a low population. In this grade, the same grade as Smithsonian, only 315 coins certified by PCGS.
And in all grades,
so
700.
Yeah.
All grades, folks.
All grades.
In any condition, this is a really rare coin. If you found it in some, jeweler's case and it was worn and it had cleaning all over it, and it would still be worth a premium because it's an 1899S.
Right.
Coins that should not exist, the only reason they exist is because they were in a vault in Europe since the 1930s.
Right.
It's called the Great European Gold Hoard. It was a result of the Great Depression, and very, very few San Francisco Mint issues were shipped to those banks in Europe. Almost all of the $10 Eagles were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, which was located on the east coast of the country.
Right.
San Francisco, very, very few gold coins made it across the country to those banks in Europe. This 99S is a coin. We've offered some great gold coins before, folks, but never an 1899S10 in 6.2, and we had over 100 examples to start.
Right.
We've got a lot of people calling in.
It's an incredible opportunity. I often tell collectors, coin collecting, a lot of it is just about being in the right place at the right time and knowing when to take advantage of an opportunity when it presents itself.
This
is one of those opportunities.
That's exactly. Folks, you could watch all the coin shows on TV for the next 20 years.
Right.
You will not see an 1899S gold opportunity like we have today. It truly is a Haley's Comet event. Please take advantage of this. This is a national treasure. There's so much historic importance to this. This is our history, our culture. It's what our country is all about. These are coins you want to hold on to, pass on to your kids, your grandkids, and keep in the family.
Right, make it your legacy.
These are coins here, these 1899S $10 Eagles. These are coins that are going to be very good to you. From Jack and I, the Coin Guys,
thanks for watching.
Thank you for watching. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
Right now, the United States Mint is getting ready to release a brand new silver dollar. Every collector throughout the whole entire world has been anxiously awaiting this event, and it is about to happen. At Rare Collectibles TV, we get advance notice on everything, and we get the opportunity directly from the U.S. Mint to bring to you a pre-sale of this coin in the absolute highest grade you can get. A perfect graded, a perfect condition coin, flawless. Folks, let's take a look at this brand new captivating reverse design. Now, what you're seeing right there, you're seeing an obverse shot of the traditional American Silver Eagle dollar that features Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half-dollar design, first introduced in 1916. But the reverse, now this is a reverse that we have never seen before. It's brand new, and it is soon to appear and begin the series of Type 2 silver dollars. It is true that John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle reverse is being replaced by Emily Damstra's captivating design of an eagle building its nest, as you see, coming in for a landing with an oak branch, just waiting to build that nest. Now, this design has been eagerly anticipated, and you just got a quick look at it. I got to tell you, it's different than John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle, and it has a statement of its own, which we're going to get into. I want to lay a little groundwork and give you a little background of how important an issue this is going to be. In 1985, President Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. And I'm mentioning that because it was such a big part of this program. It launched the American Silver Eagle dollar, and it just made it famous. The beginning of this program was so important because for the first time since 1935, America had come out with a brand new silver dollar. The largest silver dollar ever issued, much larger than a Morgan or a Peace dollar. It captivated coin collectors, and it captivated the world in terms of its design. I think it's because the obverse, which, by the way, for 2021, for this new silver dollar, has been reworked and enhanced. And when you take a look at this original design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, you're going to see what I mean. It magically lights up the obverse of the coin. The reverse. So forevermore, this will be known as the beginning of the Type 2 series of this great silver dollar. I have a lot of quotes from Emily here about her design method for creating this coin. And what it really boils down to is this. For many, many years already, she has been world renowned as one of the greatest nature artists there is. And she looked at the